What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They gotta pay like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.
Yeah, I'm built for it tough. No, this how I used to be feeling, killer, you heard me? Yeah, crossed out hicks, feel like I'm possessed. I wanna and a baby did, it just ain't happened yet. My wife just said that paper there, I just ain't grab it yet. Nominated for the Grammys, I went back to jail. Racist judge found me guilty, sent me back to hell. Lost trial.
They believe that Abubakari and his crew landed somewhere in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil has the highest population of Africans outside of the continent. I also want to mention that Dr. Ivan Van Sertima in 1987, he presented evidence to the Congress to suggest, not even evidence to suggest, but evidence to prove that there was contact between the Native American people and African people.
Don't never go look for yourself inside somebody else, you heard me? Cause some of these niggas out here ain't really cut like we cut. You know, we cut from a bandana. You know, these niggas cut from shit paper, you heard me? That shit sounds good until it takes place. When I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up. When I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Good afternoon. I know I sound like I'm still asleep, but it is what it is. I do want to say peace to the chat, Sage in the chat for the, you know what I'm saying. Afroculture concept was good. Melvin is in the building. Zane was good. Ramon was good with you, brother. Chill Heard on the HBCU tour bus was good. Willie, what up, though? Infinite Minds was good with your brother. Those of you who have not commented or will comment or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? Peace to you as you come in. To begin the show, we're going to review a debate. It's not a long debate, but it is a subject of conversation. And first, let me set the stage real quick about this debate. For one, it's very rare that we're having this type of a debate. It is not on topic with normally what's going on in our community, right? So it looks like Brother Melvin, who was in the chat, and this dude named Brother Yaya, who I don't know, had a debate on the channel a few days ago, or last week, you can just say that. And they were arguing about one topic, and then that topic got switched to this topic for whatever reason, from my understanding. And the brother Yaya, he came up with the topic. So that's how it ended up coming to be. He made the affirmative, and I guess he was trying to look for an easy win. Originally, they were talking about the African American presence in Mesoamerica. However, that got switched to this topic. So, without further ado, we're going to recap that situation, and hopefully we can kind of get some clarity on the subject matter, and then we'll transition into some other things as the bill progresses. I did leave some information. As you can see, Mel is in the chat. He is letting you know who made the affirmative, and he is letting you know who is against the that. So, if for those of you who can't see the chat, it will be up in the display, of course, if you're watching the replay. But the research question or the debate topic was, does solid matter exist at the atomic level? And Yaya is saying that it doesn't. Melvin is saying that it does. I don't know how familiar you all may be. This is should have been on Science with Sean, but we here and we're just gonna roll it with the day. So again, man, please like the show, share the show. I'm trying to buy a little time to get more people in, because I know, you know, when stuff gets started, people got questions and they bombard the chat with whatever they got going on. It's mid-afternoon, so you know, maybe people are still at church, you know what I'm saying? We do have a religious crowd. Or maybe they in their backyards at their altars, wherever the case may be. Let me look at this chat real quick. So those Olmecs are Denovicens with Neanderthal ancestry. The Olmecs, they contain Denovicen and Neanderthal ancestry, not one or the other. They have both, brother. And Teddy, peace to you, bro. I see you in the building. Yeah, please share that. Please share that live out. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, please share that live out. So, let's get it cracking, Mel. Let's see what you're working with, and I'm gonna give my reaction. I mean, I kind of already had a conversation, but there's some things that I'm just holding out. And so here's the debate topic. Like before, I'm gonna interject every now and then, but we're gonna get to it. And be ready to learn, man. Maybe you can ask some questions in the chat for Brother Melvin. Then it go from there.
All right, we good? I bet. Okay, go ahead and start that clock. All right. So, like I said earlier, today we're debating does solid matter exist at the atomic level according to quantum physics. First, we're gonna start off with the quantum nature of solid matter. We gotta understand this and break this down. Solid objects we touch every day appear to be continuous and impenetrable, but at the atomic level, they tell a different story. When we examine matter at quantum scales, we discover a fascinating realm where traditional physics breaks down and a new set of principles governs reality. Hey, whoever mic is hot, go ahead and mute that. In this presentation, we'll explore how quantum mechanics explains why solid matter exists despite being composed primarily of empty space. We'll journey from the strange behavior of subatomic particles to the emergent properties that create the solid world we experience. Understanding the quantum foundation of solidity not only satisfies our curiosity about fundamental physics, but also enables technological breakthroughs in material science, computing, and energy technologies. And we'll cover.
Let me go back real quick. Um, Peep this right here. So, in Melvin's introduction, his outline, what he is informing the audience of what the debate topic is. Let me say this. The dude on the other end of this debate, let Melvin go first, or however the case may be. Melvin is up first. This is not looking too good for the opposition because these three key factors that Melvin has on the screen, he is immediately educating the audience on what the topic is about. He is also telling you at what level do you and me, us, the people, deal with matter at certain levels. And then he says he's going to take you beyond those levels. Then he gets into a realm of explaining the breakthroughs that material sciences, computers, and energy technology has made. Ladies and gentlemen, before you even get started, he is telling you immediately the full picture of his breakdown today. So I paused it to say this. Now that he has set the table for his argument, you can weigh his evidence and see if he provides the evidence in his argument to deal with what he is provided in his introduction and the outline of his argument as it persists.
This presentation will explore how quantum mechanics explains why solid matter exists despite being composed primarily of empty space. We'll journey from the strange behavior of subatomic particles to the emergent properties that create the solid world we experience. Understanding the quantum foundation of solidity not only satisfies our curiosity about fundamental physics, but also enables technological breakthroughs in material science, computing, and energy technologies. And we'll cover all of that today. But first, we're going to lay out some few important terms here. Because, we're going to talk about physics. I'm going to make sure you guys get to work and make sure you understand what we're talking about. So first, we're going to talk about the first word, solid matter. I'm going to give you the definition and the context. The definition, a solid is one of the four fundamental states of matter characterized by structural rigidity and resistance to change in shape or volume. There's a source for that. The context is, in a solid, atoms are packed closely together in a fixed, regular pattern. All other positions are governed by quantum vibrations. Next word, atomic level. The definition is the scale of length roughly corresponding to the size of an atom, typically around 0.1 nanometers. The context is at the atomic level, matter must be treated using quantum mechanics because classical descriptions fail. And we're going to elaborate on that today. The next one, quantum physics. The definition is the branch of physics that deals with systems on an atomic and subatomic scales, where energy, momentum, and other quantities are quantized. I probably did not specify whether we was dealing with atomic, whether we was dealing with subatomic scales, so we're going to address the atomic today. And lastly, I've already mentioned this, we're going to go into it, classical physics. Classical physics is the framework of physical laws developed before the advent of quantum mechanics and relativity, including Newtonian mechanics, Maxwell's electromagnetism, and classical thermodynamics, which accurately describe most everyday phenomenon at human scales and low velocities. Now, here's some more important terms here. If you want, you can pause the screen here and you'll see you got existence, which is the state of being real and having objective reality. Observation and measurement, which is in quantum mechanics, measurement collapses a waveform into a singular eigenstate given a definite result. Wave function, which is a mathematical function that contains all the information about a quantum system. And lastly, emergence, the phenomena that arises from the collective interactions of a simpler entity in which are not predictable from the properties of individual components. So this is me laying the foundation for this entire conversation. Again, I am the affirmative. My position is yes, and that is my round.
All right, all right, all right. Okay, okay. That was that boy Mel's beginning of the first round. All right, let's take it on over to Yaya. How you feeling, brother?
Hey, so real quick, let me pause it. Melvin's opening statements to argue his position can be measured. And I know many people are like, well, he just basically defined certain things. But before he even got into defining certain things, he is basically laying the groundwork for his argument the rest of the way. So we just saw what Melvin put on the screen. We just heard what Melvin stated. Now this guy is opposing all of that. So he has to kill his opening statement here and demonstrate why he is the affirmative.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Mic check one more time. Are you good? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me see. Finish up my screen.
All right, timekeeper, you good? All right, all right. Well, you know what? I ain't gonna hold you up no longer.
Let me share my screen. Let me know if y'all got it first.
Okay, okay. Let him get his technical stuff together, fellas. As soon as he set up, we in there.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, you're correct. I said it backwards. Melvin is the affirmative. He is the negative. He has to deal with this. Now, we just saw what Melvin put on the screen. This is why I said what I said. Before I played this, it is very important. It is very important in a debate topic or a debate setting that we do a few things right. And lo and behold, this brother didn't get it. He missed the mark. Immediately when this shit comes on the screen, We know what we're about to get. We know what we're about to get. He's got to clear his Google up. We can't even see the shit. He just comes out in Google search. But let's hear the brother out.
Sharon.
Yeah, you good to go. Green light, brother.
Is it Sharon?
Yes, sir.
But I don't see on mine. Okay, there
You
we
good.
go. All right. Well, okay, cool. Like this is just a little simple presentation. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't need 5 minutes. You know, like the brother said he'll be proving classical matter, and I'll be proving quantum mechanics according to modern physics. In quantum mechanics, particles like electrons and quarks, they exhibit in duality. I'll be proving that, and I'll be proving that the characteristics of both energy waveforms and discrete particles or fundamentals or altering and understanding of matter, right? So not only I'll be proving that, quantum forces prevents atoms from passing through each other, right? Which causes illusion. You get what I'm saying? So that too as well. And then I also will be diving into split experiments where I'll be when particles like ions are fired at a barrel with two slits, they exhibit or exhibit interference patterns. I'll be proving that these electrons and don't have patterns according to modern quantum mechanics. You get what I'm saying? Not only
Yo, who does he sound like to you? He sounds just like AP. I mean, A1, modern. How is modern? Like, yo, it's so annoying. And then the simple fact that you're trying to argue something, and it's so many like little cutoffs in what you're saying. I don't know if your internet connection bad or whatever the case was, but the most annoying thing to me is what is transpiring, and then the level at which you're able to articulate your argument. Whereas Melvin provided us with a clear-cut presentation with sourced information under his material, and then you turn around and then we are in Microsoft Bing. So you're on Bing, you're on Google, and you just search some shit and you're reading it, and then you're trying to add to it. Facts. He is misinterpreting you. Yes, that is one of the cases, but we're going to remain unbiased here. I'm just going to tell you the truth. It's just hard for me to take you serious when you're presenting information to me at this level. That means that he didn't take this. All right. This means to me that he didn't take this shit serious. He didn't take it serious. He didn't take his opponent serious. He didn't take the research topic serious. I'm sorry.
I'll be proving that. I also will be proving that atoms are majority empty spaces. When I say majority, not saying all. I'll be proving that when I say majority of empty spaces, I mean that they are consist of nucleus. So these are probabilities. You get what I'm saying? That I will be proving according to quantum physics, quantum mechanics. You know, that's all I need.
All right. Okay, y'all. Sound like you got a lot to prove there, brother. Sound like you got a nice load. Sound like Mel. Sound like he good to go. Y'all two debaters. Y'all are here tonight to get it on. Let's go ahead and kick it off. All right, we talking 10-minute rounds, right? 2 of them?
Yep, 2 things. Let's go.
Okay. It's on Mel. Is it on Mel or it's on y'all?
Y'all see my presentation? We good to go?
Okay, Mel. Yeah, Time Man, you ready? I ain't gonna hold you up no more, brother. Mel, it's on you. Take it away.
I bet. And we're gonna start that time. For the record, I specified in my intro we are not dealing with classical physics, but you're gonna get this work. We're gonna figure that out together. You're gonna get this work. So first, we're gonna talk about the puzzle of solid objects. If
Hold on. Before Mel go. Melvin was slick. That man told this man.
Hold up! You gonna get this work! You gonna get this work, nigga! I killed you. Hold up! You gonna get this work!
He told him he gonna get this work.
atoms are 99.9999% empty space, why can't we walk through walls? This fundamental question challenged physicists in the earliest 20th century. The nucleus of the atom occupies a tiny fraction of its volume, with electrons orbiting at relatively vast distances. When you press your hand against a table, you're not actually touching it in the conventional sense. Instead, you're experiencing the electromagnetic repulsion between the electrons in your hand and those in the table surface. Classical physics fails to explain why solid objects maintain their form and resist penetration. The answer lies in quantum mechanics, which is also quantum physics, which introduces principles that govern particle behavior at the atomic scale, creating what we perceive as solidity. Next page. Key affirmative points to remember. These are my points. I'm going to bring these back up later on as a debate. Make sure you guys are following. The first one, operational existence. If solids didn't exist at the atomic level, we couldn't build solid state drives, manipulate atoms with nanotechnology, or define crystal structures. Emergent properties matter. Solidity doesn't require classical particles. It arises from quantum rules, such as the Pauli exclusion principle, which we definitely going to get into today, electron orbitals, and etc. Quantum theory describes solidity, not denies it. Electrons occupy orbitals that define the structure of solids. Quantum chemistry and solid state physics rely on this to predict real world material properties today. Direct observations. Scanning, tunneling microscopes, and atomic force microscopes show solid structure at the atomic level. And the scientific consensus. Even in quantum field theory, the concept of solid remains valid in describing systems with regular atomic arrangements and resistance to deformation. Let's continue. First, I got to give you the breakdown of quantum mechanics. We got to go over the overview. There's three parts. There's wave-particle duality, where electrons act like both particles and waves at the same time. This was first suggested by Louis de Broglie in 1924, who changed how we understand matter. The wave side of electrons is especially important when explaining how they move inside an atom. Second is probability waves. In quantum physics, particles don't have exact locations like in classical physics. Instead, they exist as clouds of possibilities, described by something called a wave function. The Schrodinger equation explains how these waves of probability change over time and space. This gives us a new way to think about what's real. Third, scale-dependent effects. Quantum rules are very important at the level of atoms, but they mostly disappear at those everyday scales of classical physics. That's why things around us seem to follow regular classical physics, even though they're made up of quantum particles. So we're going to talk about the quantum fields and how they fill up space. At the most fundamental level, matter is not composed of isolated particles, but instead described by quantum fields that extend throughout all of space. These fields form the true building blocks of the universe, with each type of particle corresponding to a specific quantum field. Even in the absence of visible particles, quantum fields are still present and active. What we call empty space is in fact filled with these fields, which constantly undergo fluctuations due to the principles of quantum mechanics. These fluctuations can give rise to momentary appearances of particles and antiparticles, which is a phenomenon known as vacuum fluctuations. Yeah, we're going to get into that too. This ever-present dynamic energy challenges the classical notion of a true vacuum. Instead of emptiness, the vacuum is a seething background of virtual activity and latent energy. Shout out to Stephen Hawking. This insight has profound implications for fields ranging from cosmology to particle physics, revealing that even nothing is something. Vacuum energy and fluctuations. In classical physics, a vacuum is defined as a complete absence of matter and energy. However, quantum theory reveals a very different picture. According to quantum electrodynamics and quantum chromodynamics, even a vacuum is not truly empty. It contains fluctuating quantum fields that constantly shift due to the uncertainty principle. These quantum fluctuations result in the spontaneous creation and annihilation of virtual particles, which exist for fleeting moments before they disappear again. Though they cannot be directly observed, the effects are measurable, such as in the Casimir effect, where two uncharged metallic plates placed close together experience an attractive force due to changes in vacuum energy. The vacuum then is a dynamic and energetic medium, a cornerstone concept in modern physics that plays a role in everything from particle interactions to the expansion of the universe. Let's get into the meat and potatoes. We're going to go into the Pauli exclusive principle. There's 3 steps here. Exclusive quantum states. Each electron requires its own unique quantum state. Energy level arrangement. Electrons arranged at hierarchical energy levels. Electron cloud formation. They create the effective volume of atoms. In 1925, Wolfgang Pauli, who's up there in the right-hand corner, said that no 2 electrons can be the exact same state. This rule makes electrons spread out into different energy levels around the nucleus, helping shape the size and structure of atoms. Without this rule, all electrons would crowd in the lowest energy level, atoms wouldn't have structure, and elements wouldn't have different properties. This rule helps explain chemical bonds, and we definitely don't get into those, the periodic table, and why matter seems solid. We're going to get into the wave functions and the probability distributions of those wave functions. In quantum mechanics, particles such as electrons are not described as occupying precise locations. Instead, they're represented by wave functions, mathematical functions that encode the probabilities of finding a particle in various positions in space. See, people think when they look at atoms represent what we see in the universe, planets surrounding the solar system. That's not what an atom is. Atoms don't operate like that. That's old school knowledge. That's that classical physics that we got to get rid of. For atoms, this means electrons don't orbit nuclei like miniature planets. Rather, they exist in orbitals, regions where the probability of locating an electron is highest. These orbitals form diffuse cloud-like shapes that define the atom's spatial extent. Because of this, atoms lack hard surfaces and instead interact through overlapping probability clouds, guided by quantum forces like the Pauli exclusion principle. This probabilistic nature is fundamental to the behavior of matter at the microscopic scale, challenging those classical institutions and enabling phenomena such as tunneling and chemical bonding. Let's get into this bonding real quick. So there's 4 types of quantum mechanical bonding. There's covalent bonds, there's the ionic bonds, there's van der Waals forces, there's metallic bonds. We're going to get into all of them because these are important. Electrons are shared between atoms, creating strong directional bonds, like covalent bonds. These dominated molecules like water and organic compounds. Then we go into ionic bonds. Electrons are transferred between atoms, creating charged ions that attract each other electrostatically, common in salts like NaCl, or the van der Waals forces. Weak attractions between molecules due to temporary dipoles. These explain properties like the condensation in gases. And then you got the metallic bonds. Electrons are delocalized across many atoms, which create a sea of electrons. This gives metals their conductivity and malleability. Chemical bonds form because of quantum effects. When atoms get close, their electrons interact and either attract or repel each other. The kind of bond that forms depends on the atoms and how it affects the material looks, how it affects how the material looks and behaves. That's my time.
All right. You still had 30.
Listen, that was pretty good, man. Even though I don't get too far into quantum physics and all of those things, but just having a general understanding of these bonds, and maybe in a lab setting, you kind of pay more attention to what they're doing with these experiments when it comes down to the electrons, protons, and neutrons, and how atoms are formed, etc. Some basic stuff. But the in-depth information is respected for the simple fact that you took your time to present this to us in this manner. I knew coming in that this debate topic was different from many. So people that really appreciate this particular field of science can understand and grasp exactly the concepts in which were explained in your presentation. So it's a good learning tool for those who are interested to, and especially to know more. But just knowing what you know, us on a basic level, right? For someone to go against the information that has been presented to us, and even Melvin said it. He says you have this classical understanding that you have to get rid of. It's no longer useful, right? And that's because science has gotten better behind this field. It has improved so much more that now we have a better understanding of what we're dealing with, how things are formed, and how we deal with certain things. But it was over the moment that Melvin says we can't walk through walls. He said we can't walk through walls. Yo, y'all ain't even catching what he put down right there. The conversation was over. That's why I said he was laughing at the beginning of this, because when he started, it was like he knew that it was over before it even began. That's knowing the subject matter better than your opponent, based on the way your opponent is arguing this shit that leads up to the actual debate topic. It's crazy. So, all right, here we go.
Seconds. Hey, man,
Nope.
say, man, that is the end. We halfway through this first round. Hey, man, roll your blunts, pull your drink. I ain't even roll. I ain't even lit my blunt yet. I'm about to light it right now.
Hello. I don't say nobody yet.
All right, so this is what I mean, right? Listen, I don't have nothing. You smoke, man, that's on you, bro. I don't even care. I think some of y'all get high, just get stupid. You know what I'm saying? You doing it to escape reality or something and not have to deal with the subject matter. Like you motherfuckers is crazy with the weed. But anyway, I don't smoke, so I don't care. This dude is in the middle of a debate and he getting high. And what does he do again? In his official round, right? We had the intro, then we had this official round. This brother is back on fucking Google. He's back on Google. What in the hell are we going to learn from you trying to learn the subject matter during the middle of a debate? I'm gonna say that one more time. What are we going to learn from you in the middle of a debate while you're trying to learn the information that you're trying to debate? Bro, you ain't got no scientific articles, no studies, right? Nothing to refute what Melvin is saying or the argument or position that he has made to you prior to this fucking topic being argued. You just off the cusp trying to learn this shit in the middle of a debate. Because that weed mean that much more to you. That you came up with a debate topic and then you didn't even take this shit serious. Here we go.
Just sit over on the side. Okay. All right, you go ahead and start my time, young.
All right, yeah, it's on you. Bottom of the first, let's go.
I'm ready. Let's get it. All right, so the brother, if you notice, if anybody notice anything about energy or energy, we all know that according to modern quantum physics, to matter at the atomic level, there's nothing there. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing there. You feel me? At the majority of the atomic level, yes, atoms does consist of nucleus, but like I said, it's probabilities. You get what I'm saying? So on my screen here, it says classical mechanics, right? Describes motion of microscopic objects using deterministic laws, right? So if you notice, if anybody notice, or if anybody know anything about experiments, anything on an atomic level cannot be seen on a microscopic level. Now you can only see solid matter on a microscopic level, and you can only see it on a microscopic level. But you cannot see solid matter in the atomic level. You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna give you an example real quick. I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean. Give me just a second. It's like a table, right? We all know that when it comes to a table is supposedly be solid matter, right? But the reason you can't put your hand through the table is because the electromagnetic forces that's within the table. So in reality, this table is really not solid. You get what I'm saying? The table is really electric. You know what I mean? It's built, it's the atoms that's within the table that's causing you not to go through the table or break through the table. You get what I'm saying? So when his brother bring up classical mechanics, he dealing with old school mechanics, old school physics. When they try to say that right here where it says that sorry about that, it said deterministic versus probabilities, right? Classical mechanics based on deterministic principles, meaning that if initially conditions of a system are known, right? Are known is future. Let me see if I can zoom in real quick. If I can, give me a second. Let me hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see if let me zoom in. I can barely see it myself. Scoring my damn eyes.
You want me to stop your time? Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
well, yeah, I can see it. No. Can you still see the? Can you see it? Can you still see my screen? Is
Yeah,
my
you
screen
good.
still sharing? Okay. Well,
Yeah, you good.
All right. In a sense, right? It's like okay. Well, it says determinism versus probability, right? It said classical mechanics based on deterministic principles, meaning that if the initial conditions of a system are known, its future behavior can be predicted with certainty using Newton's laws of motion. On the quantum.
Newton's law of motion or Newton's law? Newtons or Newton? Brother, why are you trying to have an intellectual conversation? This is high levels. Hold on. Let me fix myself. This brother is trying to have a high level conversation, debate a high level science, and he is incompetent. Can't read. Don't even know who he's reading about, Newton. Ain't even making the argument. I'm sorry. But this is pathetic. You should have just stuck trying to argue the African shit in Mesoamerica versus trying to have an intellectual conversation about a subject matter that you're learning in the middle of a debate. I can tell you're learning in the middle of debate because the shit that you're saying, you ain't even familiar with the words. Autumns instead of atoms. The audacity of this mofo. But continue, brother. Embarrass yourself.
Quantum mechanics introduce in uncertainty and probabilities behavior, right? So quantum mechanics, according to today, it debunks classical mechanics on them saying that they're sad.
You know you just helped Melvin out. Melvin told you get rid of the classical argument. And then you... Melvin just told you that you can't use the... you can't use this shit. The classical way of arguing. And then you turned around and you helping Melvin. Instead of showing us, right, why the classical method or the classical, the mechanics is better than the, whatever, man. Let me let you go, bro. I don't know the channel, bro. I'm unfamiliar.
You get what I'm saying, that it's matter. But according to modern quantum physics, it's based off probability behavior, right? That exact position and monument of particles connect initially known, right? As described by uncertainty principles. We all know about that. A lot of people don't know about that, but we'll dive into that later in second round, right? So now, number 2, right? It says the scale of application, classical mechanics, right? I'm just showing the difference between the two and how quantum mechanics, which is modern day quantum mechanics, debunks classical mechanics, right? He said classical mechanics, right, on the scale of application applies to a macro, right? Like I said earlier, you can only see this on a micro object or a micro level. You get what I'm saying? So it says it applies to a micro object, subject as planets, cars, and everyday phenomena. And it provides accurate predictions for motion and forces in the observable world. So things that we can observe today, like, you know, as we talking on the computer today, you get what I'm saying, stuff like that. But according to the quantum mechanics of today, it deals with the microscopic particles such as atoms and subatomic particles. So we're dealing with the atomic level here. You get what I'm saying? It is initially for understanding phenomena that cannot be explained by classical mechanics. So these are the things that classical mechanics, these are the things that classical mechanics cannot explain. They can't explain why there's an energy cloud there, and if atom's supposed to be empty automatically. You get what I'm saying? So it says such as automatic structure and chemical reaction.
You keep doing this the whole debate, bro. An atom is not atom. We're not in that season, bro. We're transitioning from winter to spring. And then soon it'll be from spring to summer. Why the fuck is you in September? Bro, how'd you in September, bro? In the middle of a high level scientific argument, you're in a different season of the year. And the season of the year you're in ain't got shit to do with the high level scientific argument. Like I said, the brother is on the fly. This is what happens in the community. This is what's wrong with people. This is why they don't like me. Because I point out the flaws and the errors in all of their arguments. They don't know the subject matter. They can't pronounce atoms. They can't pronounce modern. They can't pronounce a host of other things. And then their argument is in favor of their opponent. If you go back and listen to JJ arguing against Cedric, JJ was making some of Cedric's point, but Cedric wasn't, you know what I'm saying? But Cedric wasn't picking up on the shit. This is the problem with people in the community. They think they can Google themselves into a discussion and it'll grant them merit. And then it gives them the validity to be able to argue that shit amongst the masses. It is a setback. It is a huge setback. You done made Melvin point 5 times.
Action. Said wave particle, right? Wave, number 3, wave particle duality. Classical mechanics, right? It said treats particles as distance entities with well-defined positions and velocities, right? But quantum mechanics, we all know that quantum mechanics, when it comes to these type of things, wave particles, they doesn't have a set fix. You get what I'm saying? Nothing.
Velocities, nigga. Velocities. What did you say? Read that shit again. I'm telling y'all now, man. These no reading, bro. I can tell y'all don't read books. These dudes people be debating, they don't read books for nothing.
Distance entities with well-defined positions and velocities, right? But quantum mechanics, we all know that quantum mechanics, when it comes to wave.
Listen to me. He's about to read wave particle duality. He's going to go to classical mechanics and start with this whole sentence. Treats particles as a distinct entities with well-defined positions and velocities. Listen to what the fuck he says.
Particle duality. Classical mechanics, right? It said treats particles as distance entities.
He don't even say distinct. He says distance. Melvin, you should have asked this nigga, did he graduate high school, bro? I bet you he ain't graduate. I bet you he ain't graduate. You can argue his ass off in the back chat. But I bet you he ain't graduate.
Automatically, you get what I'm saying? So it says such as automatic structure and chemical reaction. Said wave particle, right? Wave, number 3, wave particle duality. Classical mechanics, right? It said treats particles as distance entities with well-defined positions.
Entities. He can't say distinct or entities. He trying to make them one word damn near. He fucks up 3 words in this one sentence. 3 distinct entities and velocities. He fucks all that up. What up, 9 times 9? You really ain't missed a lot of nothing. If you heard Melvin, that's the end of the shit. Right now, we got a problem with people reading ability.
Wave particle duality. Classical mechanics, right? It said treats particles as distant entities with well-defined positions and velocities, right? But quantum mechanics, we all know that quantum mechanics, when it comes to these type of things, wave particles.
That is not what that sentence said. It's not what the sentence said. So we ain't learned shit. If we couldn't see we couldn't see this, we wouldn't know what the hell you arguing about, bro. Because you can't even pronounce entities, velocities, particles. So let's listen to you fuck the rest of this debate up.
They doesn't have a set fix.
You
get what I'm saying? Nothing orbits, right? So it says
Hey, somebody help me out. Is it they don't have or is it they doesn't have? What is the proper way to say that? I'm just trying to get the brother some help. He need to go back to school. There's something wrong grammatically with this motherfucker.
Introduce the concept of wave particle duality, where particles exhibit both wave-like and particle-like properties. So this means that this means that energy can form as both matter and energy at the same time. You get what I'm saying? Why? Because it's a wave-like duality. Everything have a duality. You get what I'm saying? And it said this is evident in experiments that double slit experiment, where particles create interference patterns. So that means these patterns don't
patterns. I'm telling you, A1 said he went to college and he say the same shit. Bro, you can't be that much of an adult and you can't pronounce modern or pattern. Like, I don't care who you are, what you got going on. He was in a group chat calling it was feminine, but spelling it female. Oh my goodness gracious. Nah, yeah, see, he ain't got no education. Go ahead, man. Beat this dude up. Fuck it.
Don't follow each other. You get what I'm saying? They what's they called? It's not like follow the leader. You get what I'm saying? They're not following the leader here. They don't have a form of field where they have a set standard. You get what I'm saying? Like how some atoms have a set position.
Atoms? What the fuck is atom? What's an atom? What are you talking about?
This type of energy right here that's at the atomic level have a duality where it can form wave-like particles into energy and into matter. Right? So number 4, it said the measurements and the observed effect. The classical mechanics, right? The measurement does not affect the system being measured.
It says observer.
Energy and into matter. Right? So number 4, it said the measurements and the observed effect. The classical mechanics, right? The measurement does not affect the system being measured. It is objective and straightforward, right? But according to quantum physics, the act of measurement influences the system. causing the wave function to collapse into a definite state. This leads to the observed effect.
2
where
minutes.
The outcome.
2 minutes.
This lead to the observed effect, where the outcome of measurement is inherently probabilistic. Probability.
Oh. Probabilistic. This leads to the observer effect, where the outcome of a measurement is inherently probabilistic. Bro, quit trying to rush. Slow your ass down and pronunciate your words. I thought he was beatboxing. Probabilistic. Proper. Man, what he was remixing. This the quantum mechanic remix, baby. Go ahead, one more time, brother.
This lead to the observed effect.
2 minutes.
The outcome.
2 minutes.
This lead to the observed effect, where the outcome of measurement is inherently probabilistic. Probabilistic. So this is where the probabilities come in at.
Yo, Ch.3. Ch.3 said making fun of dyslexic people. You just made fun of him. He called him dyslexic. Yo, that is wild. Yeah. Nah, Ch.3. You gotta hear this shit. Yo, this is crazy. The demonstration by this dude Yaya versus Melvin is crazy. Like the presentations are night and day. The articulation and enunciation and pronunciation of words, night and day. The mere simple fact that one seems more learned than the other is a clear-cut, decisive perspective of how this argument was lost at the introduction. And the mere fact that this is the bottom of the first round and the brother got 2 minutes left and he's still on Google. No science, no scientific articles that are breaking things down. He could have went to those little links that are highlighted with 2 on there and got the actual source and read that shit and gained some understanding, or even an abstract, which would give him more of a clear understanding of what's being done. But I'm telling you, he ain't reading. They do not simply read. And this is this dude's subject matter. He called this topic.
You get what I'm saying? This is where classical mechanics can explain the probabilities, but according to modern mechanics, we actually found these probabilities within these clouds in these atoms that are electrons. Number 5, right? It said superposition and entanglement.
What? Yo, hold on. Where is it at?
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
Entanglement. Classical mechanics does not account for superposition. Objective half definition states, right? But according to quantum physics, but according to quantum mechanics, it allows for superposition, right? Where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured, right?
Ooh.
Entanglement is
what? What was that word? Brother, what? Where are you getting these words from? It's simultaneously.
Right? Where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured, right?
What?
Objective half definition states, right? But according to quantum physics, not quantum physics, but according to quantum mechanics, it allows for superposition, right? Where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured, right? Entanglement is another unique phenomenon where particles become correctly, and the state of one particle is initially affects the state of another, regardless.
Did he just say correctly?
Particle is initially affects the state of another.
Did he say correct? Say that again.
Right? Where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured, right? Entanglement is another unique phenomenon where particles become correctly, and
that does not say correctly. That says correlated. How you get correctly from correlated? What are we doing here? What are we? Nah. Ch.3 said my new favorite word is simultaneously. Yo, I can't believe we are grown on the internet and you talking like this, bro. Do you not know how disheartening this is for like English teachers and motherfuckers that is listening to this, bro? You are on a live stream. Some kid in the future is going to be sitting here listening to this shit and going to be like, hold on, what does that word mean he just said? Oh, he meant superposition. Oh, he meant modern. Oh, he meant observer effect. Oh, he meant probabilistic. Like, you need to read it 30 minutes a day, bro. 30 minutes a day. 30 minutes to an hour a day, bro. You need a just 30 minutes every day just reading, bro. That's what I said to Ch.3. I think he talked like this regardless, bro. I think he's uneducated. I don't think he went to jail, bro. He was locked up. He ain't graduate. He didn't get his GED. He one of the brothers that got locked up and didn't get his GED.
The state of one particle is initially affects the state of another, regardless of its distance. And then we're gonna dive into the sources one by one. Because if you look at it, right, it's broken down from 1 to 6, and they got sources by them. So in the next round, we're gonna cover all these sources, and we're gonna break down classical mechanics and how quantum mechanics, modern quantum mechanics, debunks the old school classical mechanics. I'm good.
Yo, what the fuck, Melvin? What are you doing? Melvin, which side of this argument is you on, bro? I'm confused now. You told us, Melvin, in your first round, so that we can't use the classical methods, the classical mechanics can't be used no more. No reason to use them when we have a better understanding, when we have better technology. Melvin, where the fuck you at, bro? You in the chat. Where you at, bro? Which side of the argument are you on? I know what side are you on, but my sarcasm is setting in, bro. Like, didn't you say this shit or did you not? Why is he making your argument in the middle of fucking debate?
You can go ahead and use that.
All right, man. Hey, both. Hey, Shook. That was the first round. Both of these, they know when to stop. They know they time themselves before this. You got the flow, Shook. Like, share, and subscribe, by the way.
No, man, yeah, man, we getting off our seats right now, man. That first round was
Hey, hold on. I remember Silky. I remember Pseudo Silky. This the dude who said he from the Houston. The dude with the perm that y'all clown this cat. This the dude, this the kind of, you know what I mean? Well, we think he kind of, you know, his wrist broke side. It just dawned on me. I ain't learned shit from Yaya. Yaya ain't teach me shit. Yaya just confused the hell out of me. This is the dude. He was in the chat arguing with y'all every morning when I was in the chat. Every morning I was in the chat, he arguing with women the whole time. Then they started questioning his sexuality, and then he started trying too hard, trying to say he got these girls and all this and this, that, and the third. But I think the girls had him. They was kind of, you know what I mean, butt plugging him. Yo, what in the? I knew y'all was doing some weird shit. Let's get to it now. We just seen this dude give us in his introduction, Google. We saw Melvin slides, right? Articulated himself well, defined his argument, gave us definitions and terms that we should remember, gave us 5 key points that he would refer back to support his argument, how classical mechanics is no longer a useful tool for us to be able to measure things and come to an understanding about about solids and matter existing at a certain level. Like, yo, like, let's go.
hey, okay, yeah, we sell respect, brothers. Respect for that first round. I'll see y'all. We ready for the second. Debaters, are we ready for the second? Oh yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You gotta get rid of that Pie Club shirt so the people can see the information.
Yeah, you good. You good.
All right, go ahead. Stop that clock.
Oh, it's on you then, man. Take it off.
Mute my mic real quick. Hold on. Mute my mic real quick.
Yeah, mute up, y'all. All right, Mel, take off.
Okay, we're good to go. But first of all, I thought we were debating solid matter, not whether we debated classical versus quantum. That was my position, just to give clarity. That way the audience can follow, you know? But let's get back to it. So we're going to talk about the quantum foundation of fluidity, because that's what we are here for. That was the whole purpose of this debate. So let's get to it. So there's 4 steps here. There's the atomic scale. You know, quantum mechanics governs electron behavior and atomic interactions. There's the molecular level, when we talked about those chemical bonds that form through quantum mechanical interactions. There's the material structure. We're going to talk about the bulk properties emerging from collective quantum behavior. And in the next slide, we'll get to those, actually the slide after, we'll get to those macroscopic objects, which shows solidity emerging on a large scale consequence of quantum rules. Quantum physics explains that solid matter exists not because particles sit still in place, but because of the rules and structures set by quantum fields and those wave functions we talked about. Electrons, like I said before, and I'll say it again, they do not orbit around like tiny planets. They exist as probability clouds around atoms, and their positions and their energies are limited by the Pauli exclusion principle, which keeps them from all crowding in the same space. These clouds overlap in specific ways, creating stable bonds between atoms. Forces like electromagnetism and quantum fluctuations help lock atoms into place in solids. So even though everything is constantly moving and uncertain at the quantum level, the overall result is order and stability. Understanding this quantum foundation has profound implications. It enables the development of new materials with precise engineered properties, advances in quantum computing, and deeper insights in fundamental physics. What appears solid to our senses in reality is a sophisticated quantum dance of probability waves and forces. Let's get to it. Quantum tunneling is solid. So we got to talk about the tunneling phenomenon. Quantum tunneling happens when particles pass through barriers that, according to classical physics, they shouldn't be able to cross. This works because quantum particles act like waves, not just solid objects, and those waves can stretch beyond the barrier, giving a particle a small chance to appear on the other side. You have applications of this quantum tunneling in nature. It explains radioactive alpha decay, where alpha particles escape the atomic nuclei by traveling through the nuclear potential barrier. It also plays a crucial role in nuclear fusion within stars, which enables protons to overcome their mutual repulsion and fuse at temperatures that would otherwise be insufficient. And then we go talk about the macroscopic limitations. The probability of tunneling decreases exponentially with the mass of the object and the width of the barrier. This explains why tunneling is virtually unobservable from macroscopic objects. The probability becomes astronomically small, effectively preventing us from walking through the walls. So here we go with the macroscopic quantum effects. This is real-world examples where we can see this taking place with solid matter being present at the atomic level. You have superconductivity. Below critical temperature, certain materials exhibit zero electrical resistance as electron pairs form copper pairs that move through lattice without scattering. This quantum coherent state enables phenomena like perfect conductivity and magnetic levitation. We're going to go into the Bose-Einstein condensates. When atoms are cooled to near absolute zero, they can collapse into a single quantum state, behaving as one superatom. This state of matter exhibits quantum properties at visible scales, and it was first created in 1995. Quantum computing, my favorite. Leveraging quantum superposition and entanglement. Quantum computers perform certain calculations exponentially faster than classical computers. The technology depends on maintaining quantum coherence across multiple qubits. Quantum effects usually show up at the atomic level, but under special conditions. They can appear on a larger visible scale. These effects not only reveal how nature works, but also power new technologies, from the advanced transportation to the quantum computers. All right. So lastly, before we wrap up this round, the importance of primary research in quantum physics. Because we got to discuss this, because we got to make sure that moving forward, when people discuss quantum physics, they know how to approach it. Discussing quantum physics relies heavily on primary research because the field is built on experimental data. In original theoretical developments, such as those that challenge classical intuitions, quantum phenomena such as superposition, entanglement, and vacuum fluctuations cannot be fully understood or verified without directly referencing the foundational mathematical formulations, experimental results, and peer-reviewed findings in primary sources. If you notice, all of my citations were primary. They were primary experiments. They were also primaries for those who did the mathematical work. Primary research provides the most accurate, up-to-date, peer-reviewed insights, often revealing subtle details that secondary summaries may overlook or simplify. It also allows scientists and scholars to critically evaluate methodologies, assumptions, and interpretations, which is the essential in a field where precision and nuance are everything. For example, our understanding of the behavior of quantum fields in a vacuum comes directly from the original papers and experimental reports. Reliance only on popular summaries or outdated textbooks risk misunderstanding or misrepresenting the science. Okay, so before we wrap this up, I'm going to take it back to my key affirmative points to remember. We're going to focus back on this because I started this debate off with this, and now my opponent has to be able to answer these things. So we talked about operational existence. Yahya must show that these technologies are possible, such as nanotechnology or crystal structures, without assuming a solid state structure. You got to show that. Emergent properties matter. Yahya must argue that the emergent properties from atomic interactions don't qualify as solid, which is a very high bar. Quantum theory that describes quantum theory that describes solidity, not denies it. Yahya must prove that quantum theory invalidates the concepts of solids rather than deepens it. Direct observations. Yahya must dismiss or reinterpret physical observations that support atomic solidity. And lastly, we talked about the consensus. Yahya must argue against a mountain of peer-reviewed physics, chemistry, and engineering literature. And that's my debate. That's it.
He ain't even finished. He still had time left. He just told you that you got to argue against a mountain of peer-reviewed evidence in physics, chemistry, etc. And all this nigga using this Ch.3, Chat Observer. My bad. Whatever he using Google. He using Bing. He AI Binging us. Meanwhile, Melvin has put a whole presentation together. Now, Melvin, there's one thing that I would like for you to do. I like this. You came back to these 5 points to argue against Yahya, and you highlighted his name as your argument is based on the evidence for each one of these points, and then you got Yahya in red being the negative, and he's got to disprove each one of these points, and so far he ain't disproved none of this shit. We ain't seen none of it. I know you added the scientific consensus here, and its relevance to this discussion is important for the mere fact that, you know, we are talking about a subject matter that requires that statement. I mean, that mountain of evidence that has been presented, meaning that it's been tested, it's been scrutinized, and it has went through rigor. That's cool, but I like your other points more strongly versus the census part, because you're showing that you have, at some level, a basic understanding for the argument, and you could actually qualify yourself to critique it, someone as lay as you, argument according to your own research. Even though, and I'm saying that to say this because we didn't use any of the studies, right, that have been produced, the producibility, the replicability of those studies. We didn't use any of those studies from any peer-reviewed physics, chemistry, or engineering literature. So we gave some, you know, some review and some terms and things of that nature. But as far as the examples of the work that went into those articles, we didn't show any of those. So you really didn't even have to go there. But you ended with setting the stage for him to have to deal with your reality.
Your conclusion, even though you said your conclusion, you should have typed it out more before you ended it. So people could see that on your slide, and maybe one day in the future they go back and they see exactly how you started and how you ended. And did you answer any other research questions regarding your argument? Now, we've heard in both of your slides, even from the introduction, your argument for the research question and proving the existence of it. You kept telling the man, we cannot walk through walls. Maybe he ain't walking through walls, he astral projecting. Or he forgot that he walked out a door into another room and he ended up there. Then he was so high off weed, he was smoking so much that he forgot that he even walked into that room, and he was sitting in that room for an ample amount of time. We don't know, but let me skip some of this banter that's going on right here, and let's get to this dude. So finally, Yaya comes up with something that we ain't seen before.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Already. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold on, we're gonna wait for you to load up. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna, as soon as it load up, I know you in there, we're gonna let you loose. All right, yeah. It's on you. Take it away, brother.
Okay. Hold on, let me zoom in.
Now, Yaya, where the fuck did you get this? Where did you get this? Can we get the name of the article, the author of the article, and where it was published? But it looks like you're looking at Ask Copilot. But I'm gonna let you cook.
All right, what I got on my screen today is what I got on my screen today is a declassified document from the CIA. This is called.
He got an unclassified document from the CIA. Does solid matter exist at the atomic level? Is the research question. So this unclassified document from the CIA is somehow going to prove your argument against Melvin's? All right. This should be fun. Shit, you couldn't even say some of the little basic words and on the little Pilot GPT.
The Gateway Project, solid matter. You know what I mean? On how we see it at the atomic level according to quantum physics. Like I said earlier, basically like everything is energy. You get what I'm saying? And at the atomic level, matter does not exist. If you look at it, the brother been showing slides this whole time. You get what I'm saying? The brother haven't been showing no at all. You get what I'm saying? Besides slides.
Whoa. In his presentation, sir, when he defined things or relied on things, he sourced his material. Don't say that he didn't have no sources, because I seen the fucking slides. So that's some bullshit. All the way, that's bullshit. My bad.
Like I said, what I have on my screen is a declassified document. For the ones in the back chat who don't know what a declassified document is, it's a document, right, that's no longer held a secret.
Listen, nigga, this debate ain't about no goddamn declassified document. Can you kick this shit off or what? Do I have to fast forward this shit? What the fuck are we doing? God damn. To the people in the back chat. Who the fuck is you talking to, bro? You got a whole debate going on and you talking about some back chat.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
So you have a classified document, you have a declassified. So this document, right, is based off consciousness and energy at the atomic level, right? So they ran projects upon human beings, and from the of the projects, right, they come to find out they think that at the atomic level, as we see, matter does not exist, right? So as I said, this is a declassified document. It's called the Gateway Project. You can look it up. You get what I'm saying? They've been signed by the CIA. You get what I'm saying? But I'm putting it in energy, right? It said, before our explanation can proceed any further, it is initially to define that the mechanism by which the human mind exercises the function known as consciousness, right? And to describe the way in which that consciousness operates to deduce meaning from the stimulation or the stimulus which is received. To do this, it said to do this, the will first consider the fundamental characteristics of the material world in which we have our physical existence in order to accurately perceive the raw stuff which our consciousness must work. The first point which needs to be made is that the two terms, matter and energy, right? So they for to break down the two terms of matter and energy, right? So the two terms of matter and energy, to remind you guys, this is a CIA declassified document. You go look this up yourself. You get what I'm saying. This is from the CIA. You get what I'm saying. And but like it says matter and energy, right, tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two distinctly different states of existence, like the brother is doing. You get what I'm saying? The brother is showing that matter is there at the atomic level and energy is not present. But we all know that according to Einstein theory, the EM2, the energy was first, and that mass and energy is interchangeable with each other. That's what the brother don't understand, but it's some things he gonna have to explain to as well. But I'm continue reading, right? It says, right, first we must understand the fundamental of character of the material world in which we have our physical existence in order to accurately perceive the raw stuff within which our consciousness must work. The first point which we need to be made is that the two terms, matter and energy, tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two instinctively different states of existence in the physical world that we know, right? Indeed, if the term matter is taken to mean solid, right, substance as opposed to energy, right? Because like I was telling the brother earlier, you know what I mean? If there's no matter, there's no energy there, then how could it be solid? You get what I'm saying? When matter is composed of energy, or matter is a fundamental of energy. We all know that. That's why I say anybody that deals with energy knows that matter is a fundamental of energy, and that energy was first, right? So it said in the physical world that we know it, right? Indeed, if the term matter is taken to mean solid substance as opposed to energy, which is understood to mean a force of some sort, then that use of the former is entirely, misleading. Science now knows that both the electrons, which I've been explaining earlier, science now knows this is now we're dealing with modern quantum mechanics now. You get what I'm saying? Science now knows that both the electrons, which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus, like I explained earlier, of the atom, and the nucleus itself are made up of what? Nothing, right? So it's made up of nothing, right? More than oscillating energy grids. So made of nothing more than just energy grids, right? So what are these energy grids doing? something must be going on to cause this illusion of solidness, right? Like the brother said, see, you must have actual evidence when you step on a panel to deal with Yaya Bay too. You get what I'm saying? So now, to back me up from what I was saying earlier, right? Not only quantum mechanics back me up, but now I have a CIA declassified document from scientists themselves, from physicians themselves, from psychiatrists themselves saying this, right? It said
Psychiatrics? What does a physician have to do with this? What is hold on. What is a physician? Can somebody tell me what a physician is? In the chat, give me a definition. I don't give a fuck if you Google it. What is a physician? Now tell me, when you come up with the answer to what a physician is, what does that have to do with physics? And why this goddamn article got Kundalini psychosis of transcendence in it? Why bro, what the fuck is you reading here?
Right? Science now knows that both the electrons, which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus of the atom, and the nucleus itself are
the nucleus of the atom? I ain't never seen atom have a nucleus. What are you saying? Hold up. Maybe this is some high level shit that I ain't on. Yo, explain to me how atom has a nucleus. Something that we call a season or a period. Can someone break down the definition of atom and tell me, what does atom mean? How do we define atom? And if atom has a nucleus, based on what you read? Please, somebody help me out. This is what I mean by the compensity to argue high level shit and try to do it in a manner of a debate while you ain't even learned the shit. I can tell you unlearned. You can't even say atom. You can't even say, man, there's a host of words we just went through. I don't even want to go back, brother. But you struggled with some non-sophisticated words. You're not struggling with words, real big words, right? Like, let me see if it's in this paper. Consciousness may be a big word for you. But I don't see it from what I see on the screen. I don't see one of those words, one of those scientific words that we are all going to fuck up. And I get that if we're messing up a really big word or a word with a lot of shit in there and we just don't get it. Right? It's one of those you just got to know that word. However, I don't see that here. And you keep calling an atom autumn.
Made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. So now, what does this mean? Solid matter, right? Solid matter in the strict construction of the term simply does not exist. Let me read that again for you. This is from a declassified document from the CIA.
Hey, tell me which agency is the CIA and what's its intent and purpose, and why would a declassified document be evidence for what you just stated? What physicist qualified the CIA document? We still don't even know how you even utilizing this to argue your point. Are you using this to cherry pick one particular point of this article that is arguing that one thing? One more time, read it to us, because we know you can't even say electromagnetic either.
Nucleus of the atom and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. So now,
hold on.
what does
Hold on. What is that? I gotta find where he at, cause I just turned my head. Hold up. Oscillating energy grids. Motherfucker can't read, bro. Physical existence accurately perceive the raw stuff in which our conscience must work. The first point of needs of the yada yada yada. 2, yada yada yada. 3, existence. Indeed, the term of the matter means solid substance as opposed to energy, which is understood to mean a force of some sort, then used in the form of entirely misleading. Science now knows that both the electrons, which spin an energy field located around the nucleus of the atom, and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. What did you call oscillating energy grids? What did you do there?
From scientists themselves, from physicians themselves, from psychiatrists themselves saying this, right? It said misleading, right? Science now knows that both the electrons, which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus of the atom, and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. So now, what does this mean? Solid matter, right? Solid matter in the strict construction of the term simply does not exist. Let me read that again for you. This is from a declassified document from the CIA. Declassified means it's no longer more secret. You can now have this now. You get what I'm saying? So now we have evidence from the CIA proving that according to quantum physics, solid matter does not exist. But rather, right, at the atomic structure, at the atomic level, we speaking of the atomic level now, brother, the atomic level. Now, rather at the atomic level, the atomic structure, right, is composed of.
He said he's speaking at the atomic structure. Atomic structure is composed of oscillating energy grids surrounded by other oscillating energy grids which orbit at extraordinarily high speeds. Okay.
What? Of oscillating energy grids surrounding by oscillating energy grids which orbit at extraordinary high speeds. So basically, right?
This nigga can't read. He can't read. He ain't never read this shit. He cherry picked the line, yo. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, what in the fuck? Atomic structure is crazy.
These energy grids are orbiting at a high speed around this atom, right? And by this orbiting around this atom at a high speed, it's creating a
orbiting around this what? What are they around this atom? So something is traveling around the season? No, that can't be. No, that can't be.
It's surrounding by oscillating energy grids which orbit at extraordinary high speeds. So basically, right, these energy grids.
He didn't even say extraordinarily. He said extraordinarily. He said extraordinary, not extraordinarily. He said extraordinary. Listen, yo, you can't make this shit up.
So basically, right, these energy grids are orbiting at a high speed around this atom, right? And by this orbiting around this atom at a high speed, it's creating illusion of solid matter at the atomic level. Not saying that the things that we see today, right, isn't real, but I'm just saying that the things that we see today are composed of electromagnetic fields or electromagnetic forces. Sorry about that. Right? So now it says it says, right, it's the energy grids, and that simply does not exist, right? Solid matter in the construction term that we know as in today does not exist. Rather, at the atomic structure or the atomic level, as we know today, is composed of isolating energy grids surrounding by other isolating energy grids, and these grids are moving at the speed of light. You get what I'm saying? They're moving.
No, nigga, say the word extraordinarily high speeds. Say it.
The speed of light, right? And in the Arthur book, right, Stalking the Wild, it says this.
It says this. It says this. What the fuck says this? You can't make this shit up, bro. Yo, Chris, go get Tahuti. He up next. Go get Tahuti. He up next, bro.
Hold on, man. This thing is tripping.
Tahuti up.
Good, I'll pause your time.
Tag him in your chat. Ask him where he is. We gonna slow down chapter 3 for him once again.
You was creeping on your last minute.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Go ahead. You go ahead and end it.
Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. You say go ahead.
Yeah. No. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use. Okay. But before I start messing up, in the book called The Wild, right? That book, it's a scientist. I forgot his name, but I'm gonna bring it out. That scientist or physician. Not only did he prove that Einstein was right, that energy was first, but he also proved that it's nothing at the atomic level, but nothing but energy there moving at a fast frequency, creating an illusion of solidity, right? So the brother, he been saying stuff about classical matter, right? So the brother got to explain, right? The question I'm gonna ask him, like, can you explain how electromagnetic forces between atoms, right, contribute to the issue of solidity, even though atoms themselves are empty spaces? Brother got to explain that. Then the brother got to explain, given that electrons exist as probabilities cloud, which I mean as in wave functions, right, rather than fixed parts, he got to prove that how does this align up with solid matter at the atomic level according to quantum mechanics. You get what I'm saying? The brother also got to prove what Einstein said about the EMC2, right? Shows that how mass is.
Hold on. What Einstein say about the EMC2? What is the EMC2? What is the EMC2? Is this a new what is this? Is this a EMC2? What is that? I know we're not talking about the mathematical equation, right? Are we talking about EMC2? They got a hotel called that. Chicago. EMC2. What is that, Wiki? Energy Matter Conversion Corporation Incorporated, a company founded by Robert W. Bassard to develop fusion power with a device called the Polywell. EMC2 is the first computer-based nonlinear edited system introduced in 1989 by editing. No, he ain't talking about that. He's not talking about a business. Wiki, sorry. What is EMC2? Well, did he fuck that up? I'm going to say he fucked it up. He meant E equals MC squared or whatever. All right, let's let him go.
Just a concentrated energy, right? So he had to prove if particles are vibration of energy, how can they be considered?
Bro, you are in your last round saying what Melvin got to prove. Melvin has already laid the foundation and argued his point based on the data that he had. Why the fuck are you saying at the end of your round when you get ready to go to question and answer what he got to prove? What the fuck did he just show you for 2 rounds in an introduction? I mean, where was your fucking mind at? Talking about what he got to prove? Nigga, that shit should have been in the introduction. What he got to prove is what you making your argument made at the beginning of this shit, not 2 rounds at the end of your second round, and we finna move on.
Solid at the atomic level according to quantum mechanics. You go ahead and wrap that up.
All right. Hey man, going into man,
this motherfucker went to jail as a juvenile, got out, went right back to jail, got out of jail, came home and thought he learned some shit in jail that sounds slick because he heard a Young Pharaoh line ass. And now this motherfucker think that he gonna argue against Melvin. I'm utterly confused at the ignorance of these two. And really, I'm tripping because y'all on that sissy platform over there from Houston. The women called him, what did they call him? 2 spirits. 3 spirits, whatever his name is. He one of them types who take 2 spirit, 3 spirits. Y'all over there on 3 Spirits channel. So what is this? Bruh, listen, I'm going to play a little bit more. I don't want to hear it, but I'm going to play a little bit more. I'm trying to get Chris to get your boy Tahuti up since he had so much to motherfucking say. I did provide some sources for people who want to understand the subject matter on how scientists turn light into super solids for the first time ever, what that means and why it matters. That was published this month, the 13th, my brother's birthday, regarding matter. That don't even help Yaya at all. Understanding the states of matter. That means understanding solids, liquids, and gases. There's a learning article that I dropped down there for people unfamiliar. Just at a basic level, you will gain an understanding as to why he shouldn't even have been debating Melvin to begin with. And then the quantum reasons behind the solidity of matter. That article, written by Big Think, has some key takeaways. Be sure to read those. But when you see the word atom, it is pronounced autumn, as in, and we have to shout out the brother Yaya for changing atoms to autumns. And psychiatrists for physics. Mark, yes, I got brothers. I got 3 brothers. And we all on the same type of time. And my brothers ain't stupid. Then I got another article in there about the atomic nature of matter. Okay. Nice little bill right here, right? And it gives you a summary right here, and then it progresses forward. And it gives you some good information here at a basic level for those of us who are not into this particular science or this field of scientific study due to, our certain interests. But you may be intrigued as to learn more about that, right? Now, the dude didn't even answer the research questions. The dude didn't even deal with anything that Melvin had stated. I mean, the dude was knocked out in the introduction. But me just being me, bro, I'm gonna play a little bit of this before we transition into They Came Before Columbus. Jeez Louise.
Tripping, or we going into round? We're going to round 3. This the question and answering, right?
Round 2. We have to open it.
Yes, sir.
We have 2 rounds.
It's round 3.
Listen to me, y'all. I don't know why the fuck Cedric is on the panel. I don't. I'm sorry, Juju.
I know that's your man's 50 grands and all that. But why the fuck is he here? I'm confused. He ain't been here the whole debate, but now he here. What up, Wavy? Y'all be confusing the fuck out of me, bro. I don't know which one is Wavy and which one is the other dude from Houston with the spiciness. Oh, he's a judge. Interesting. Never mind, Juju, my bad.
We at the top of round 3 Q&A.
All right, good. Top of round 3 Q&A. Mel, you get to ask your first length of questions for 10 minutes. Let me know when you're ready, boss.
God damn, 10 minutes? This nigga ain't gonna get. All right, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was 5 each.
You said okay, so you said skip this part, Mel. Skip this part. Oh, Wavy's got the dreads. I got you, and Silky's the co-host. Oh man, all right, damn. All right, okay. All right, goddamn. I'm over here, man. You catching strays, bro, for your co-host. My bad. So Mel, you said go to the judgment. All right, hold up.
Look, when I say like, as in like, see, you thinking I'm saying like it don't exist.
Tried to push these two atoms.
Actually, what size it would be? You didn't give me the size.
Look. All right, Uncle said that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? And I spark up to that. Yeah, it was a really good, real good debate, fellas. You know what I'm saying? I like what I saw. You know what I'm saying? I see them boys, they stepped in the ring and they met up. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I like to see. I saw it was a good bit of evidence on both ends. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I like what I saw, fellas. I did. I appreciated them boys really came through and did their thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a nice, good, strong fight. You know what I'm saying? Good effort on both ends.
All right, go ahead, Uncle Sid. We hear you now.
First of all, let me thank both debaters for stepping up and showing out. Like I tell everyone, it's not as easy as you think. And I got to give Mel his props for what he said in the opening, which is the fact that they did this kind of work in less than a week. Let's go into what I said I would be judging this debate on. First of all, the quality of the presentation. What do I mean by that? The coherentness, the flow, the building up of the points and solidifying of them, the wholesomeness of the presentation and the overall visual appeal. To that, I must give it to Mel. His presentation was visually appealing. It was coherent. His presentation flowed.
Real quick, I just want to say this while Cedric putting us to sleep. Kyle should have been a judge because that's in Kyle's field of study. Kyle studies this shit outside of the conscious community. Kyle deal with shit like this on a regular basis. That's his field. That's how he does what he does for his like real life, bro. He should have been on a panel as a judge. And based on the evidence presented, he can immediately sniff that shit out real quick. Like he geeky like that. Nobody really knows that about him because of the way his mannerisms and shit. But no, Kyle is one of those smart motherfuckers like that when it comes to this. That's his lane. That's why he's here to even begin with. And because it intrigues his interests. And you see what he said on the screen. And he's probably talking to Yaya. Yeah, he's talking to Yaya at the moment. But go ahead. Let's Cedric go.
There was no hiccups. He was clear. And his articulation and the use of the terminology and the understanding of the material was on point. So I gave Mel the win for presentation. In terms of setting his premise and delivering on what he said he would do, again, Mel clearly understood the assignment. He broke down the information as is. Being coming from that environment, biochemist myself, I understand this subject quite well. Mel's breakdown was to the point. His presentation was sourced and well cited. You can see that in his presentation at the end of a quote, the reference name and the year is stated, and overall his incorporation of his sources in the presentation was as is. In the Q&A, again, Mel exhibited a well understanding of the subject matter at hand, and he clearly articulated what the scientific consensus is and overall understanding of the subject matter. If I was to score it as a boxing match where we had 4 rounds, it would be 40 to 38 for Mel. I give Mel the win.
All right, Yashub, you got the floor, brother.
All right, man. Y'all want the long version or the short version?
You want the long version. Hey, I'm putting the poll up. I'm putting the poll up right now, so we want the long version.
All right, I'm gonna give you the long version. I took notes for every round, and again, I had 5 points I was gonna judge on and see who will win all the points. The first point was presentation. I wanted to see a presentation, brother. You just showed me a Bing website and a CIA document, quote unquote. So I got to give Mel the presentation. He had a slide, he had citations. I can see where he was getting the information from. And like I said, he had a presentation. Brother Yaya, you did not. The strength of argument. So I'm going to go over some of the things that was said in the round. In the opening, Mel brought up, does solid matter exists at the atomic level? Why is that important? Because that's the title. He put the title in his rounds. Versus Yaya, you didn't even mention that in your opening or your first round. So I got to dock you for that and give points to Mel for that. Mel brought up, hold on, I got pages here, y'all. Y'all want the long version, so I'm going to give it to you. Mel brought up in his opening, he brought up definitions. He defined what was going to be discussed tonight. I didn't see that on Yaya's side. He defined quantum physics. He defined many of the inner working facets of quantum physics. So now we actually know and we're getting educated on what's going to be discussed. He talked about observation, wave function, emergence, opening, and defined it and let us know how these things are going to pretty much illustrate that there is solidity at the atomic level. Yaya, on the other hand, talks about illusion of solidity, electrons, and quarks. And he basically said atoms are empty space and is open. So when we get to the first round, Mel brings up the puzzle of solidity and objects, and he explained electromagnetic repulsion. So Yaya, you heard him explain that, but you went over this again in your first round, pretty much recapitulating what Mel already told us. You reinforced his argument. So I don't know if you understood that you did that. You was reinforcing Mel's argument a lot tonight. So the strength of argument definitely goes to Mel, but I can keep going. Mel brought up that matter at the solid matter at the microscopic level. He gave examples of this in his first round. He talked about quantum mechanical bonding, covalent bonding, van der Waals bonding, ionic bonding, and chemical bonding, giving examples and exemplifying and explicating his reasons on why that will count for solidity at the atomic level. Yaya, on the other hand, you had an entirely different argument in your first round. You were arguing against classical physics, which Mel told you in his first round that he wasn't dealing with classical physics. He told you he was dealing with quantum mechanics, and he defined it and told us what it was and gave us examples. So your whole first round, come on, man. Second round, he says, Mel opens up with the quantum foundations of solidity. Again, addressing the topic. That is very pertinent and important. He addressed the topic in all of his material. Does solid matter exist at the atomic level? He brings up the atomic scale, material structure. He explained electromagnetism and quantum fluctuations. He actually showed you that it's actually not an empty space, that actually, and you even said this in your rounds, that there were fields that exist inside of the atom. And that's basically what he told you with quantum waves and quantum clouds and whatnot in the second round. So should I keep going, man? This is, you went on to say in your second round, something about a declassified paper from the CIA. I'm not gonna laugh at that, but come on, bro. We need some scientific articles, some scientific citations. So your whole second round to me was bunk. You mentioned a book called The Wild. You brought up atoms being empty spaces again. Again, Mel addressed this in both of his rounds. And then we get to the Q&A. Mel brings up is solid matter, if solid matter doesn't exist at the atomic level, how do we explain microscopic solidity? You went on and answered the question, which was a linchpin to the damn argument, because you explained solidity. You said, oh no, it's an illusion. It's actually electromagnetic repulsion. That's what we're actually feeling. Well, that's what Mel is saying is solidity at the atomic level. So you pretty much gave the debate to him in the Q&A as well. I don't think I should have to keep going over my notes. Let me just go over the 5 points. So within the 5 points, Mel pretty much got all of them, clean sweep. Presentation went to Mel. I explained why. Strength of argument, I just got done explaining that Mel pretty much argued his argument better, had points, exemplified his points, explained solidity at the atomic level. Consistency, his argument was more consistent. There was a lot of with your side of your argument. Relevancy, most of his sources were relevant.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
I'm giving my adjudication, brother. I'm giving my adjudication. And then citations, brother. You use Bing. You use Microsoft Bing in majority of your debate. I didn't see citations. I saw a link that said sources, but that's not how you cite work, brother. So I had to give citations to Mel. So he got all 5 points. My judgment goes to Mel. And I conclude.
All right. Let me just say this. Man, that was a good job. I appreciate Uncle Sid. I appreciate Yashu, man. I like how you broke that down. Hey, I'm gonna give you the short answer, and let me drop this link for the people. Hey, the short answer is this. Powerful bills only. We learn every motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying? Like once we understand that this ain't no religion, you feel me? Ain't nothing wrong with getting your collar pulled or learning something new every day. So basically, you confirmed that y'all was talking about quantum physics. So once you confirmed that, you know what I'm saying, I think in your first round, then it was understood that solid matter exists at the atomic level according to quantum physics. Now, if you wasn't talking about quantum physics, you could have been right. You know what I'm saying? But I think once in the first round you brought up quantum physics, and then he basically reiterated that yes, we're talking about quantum physics, not classical science, you know what I'm saying, or classical physics. Basically, once both of y'all said quantum physics, it was like, yes, you solid matter exists. You kind of both of y'all did a good job in y'all breaking down what y'all was saying and coming with getting y'all point across. I would definitely give the presentation part, the dress up part to Mel. I give Mel the points on the presentation part. You know what I'm saying? You always want to have a PowerPoint. You always want to make it look good for the peoples. You feel me? But yeah, so I'm gonna give my judgment to Mel. You know what I'm saying? Just for the simple fact of y'all both in the first round, y'all both agreed that y'all was talking about the same thing. Even though you was going at the classical, y'all both agree. Y'all both was on the same page talking about quantum physics. And once y'all got that understood, it was like I don't think y'all was having a different conversation. I just think you came here to argue quantum physics, but it's like I don't think your research would have showed you that solid do exist. But Silky D, what you eating right now? I'll let both of the debaters get their flow off, and I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. So far in the poll, it's 81 to 19, 16 votes. 81-19 male, 16 votes, 16 people voted. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. But yeah, you wanted to say something to Jashu. You got the floor.
Yeah, if you really notice, bro, that was really my argument, bro. My argument, he was really proving my argument by saying that it was energy there. You get what I'm saying? So are you saying that me coming off? See, if I would have started it, I would have said the same thing he would have said. You get, I got my notes and everything right here that I took down earlier. So it's like we saying the same thing. Energy is there. You get what I'm saying? I even showed, according to quantum physics, that that it was energy there. You get what I'm? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my fault. I thought I was. No, but look though. If you really notice, we was talking about the same thing because too as well before we even started the debate. You get what I'm saying? Hold on, record. I already brought out that it was energy there. You get what I'm saying? And that it wasn't majority empty, and that it was covered by electromagnetic forces. And for you to say that me agreeing with him and giving him the debate is kind of weird because we both saying the same thing.
Can I respond?
You go ahead.
All right. So if you're debating, he's the affirmative, you're the negative. You can't agree with him. You can't. Your job is to prove. Hold on. Your job is to disprove him, not give corroborating evidence to him. And that's basically what you did.
That's how if me and him arguing the same thing, bro. If he's saying the energy's there, and then I come and say energy's there, the same thing, bro. And I'm proving that energy is there at the atomic level and not matter. And he agreeing that it's energy there. And you saying that I'm giving him a debate doesn't make sense to me, bro.
Can I ask you a question, yeah? On the sub and on the atomic level, these bonds that hold these particles in place and these structures that form and create bigger structures, which we call emergent particles. So my question is, when you talk about
bombs,
first of all, atoms. No, I said atom. So you have bonds, right? You have subatomic particles and you have atoms which contain subatomic particles, right? How, when you talk about forces, when we talk about bonds, you know how these bonds are formed that create these molecular structures?
Yeah, they're formed by the protons and the neutrons.
No. So an atom, let me explain. An atom contains protons and neutrons. They are within the nuclei of an atom. The electrons are in fields around these atoms, and they are held there by these forces, magnetic forces, etc. Right? They are held within a particular field around the atom.
I understand what you're saying.
So now, when you talk about the energy, what is that energy doing on a subatomic particle level? What is that?
I explained that in the debate earlier. It's moving at a fast frequency, which causing an illusion of solidity.
What is moving? What is moving at a high frequency?
It's the energy grids. Energy grids are moving at a high frequency.
So he's using the Bohr model. So if you're trying to give him Einstein's answer, it's not gonna equate for him. But let me ask you this, brother. because you said that energy can't be seen or they can't predict on the atomic level, right?
I ain't say
but
energy.
Neil
I said
Bohr
matter.
discovered that atom has
I never
right?
said energy, brother. I never said energy. I said
you used
solid
energy.
matter.
And
I said solid matter.
Okay, solid matter, which would
don't exist at the atomic
produced
level.
on an atomic level, correct? That's what the debate was about, right?
Yeah.
Right. So Neil Bohr, even though he got his atom wrong, he did discover that atoms have energy levels, correct?
No, because he got it incorrect.
Yes, he did. That's what he's known for.
According to modern quantum physics.
Proper physics says he discovered the atoms on an energy level. Henry Moseley developed the law in X-ray spectra.
Not according to the double split experiment.
Principle.
Not according to the double split. Not according to the double split experiment.
The double split experiment wasn't created by him.
Not according. I said not according.
It wasn't created by him.
I never said it was created by him.
Not even sure why you would.
He don't know the double split experiment. This is crazy, bro. I hate, listen, this ain't even my argument, bro. And I don't get into these different realms of physics that's being discussed here. I just keep that shit basic, bro. I just keep it basic because that's not my vocal point when it comes to that field of science. I understand the methodology and I understand how to arrive at the conclusion, the basic shit, just some overall basic understanding of the subject matter. Now the at a simplistic level. Now when it starts getting, that's why I said you're arguing a high level scientific argument and you don't understand what the judges are telling you. You literally made Melvin's argument, and I kept saying that after each round. And then to add, you ain't got no data, bro, that oppose the argument. If Melvin, is the affirmative, and you're the negative, you're telling him no. That's what you've been telling him. You've been arguing no. And then Melvin goes out and gives the example and says yes. And you can no longer use the classical method to come to your conclusion based on the data, and you saying no, and then you turn around and make the same argument that he making, bro. You was supposed to refute the shit. Now you trying to say no, Melvin was making my argument. No, the fuck, Melvin ain't made your argument. You still ain't even made your argument. Hell, we struggled for 20 minutes, 10 minutes each round. Well, 30 minutes for each round trying to understand what the fuck atoms is. We ain't gotta play this game, bro. All this back and forth you doing and banter with the bullshit with the judges and all of this shit. They ask you some shit you can't even get to it, bro. Like, come on, man, get over it. Get over yourself, bro. Your ego in the way. Cause you thought you was pulling off something, and you fucked around and found out. Melvin do be interested in shit like that. That's how I don't know how the fuck he a Christian. That's another argument.
That's a good experiment right there. Because that just shows that energy
because, bro, look, hold on. The things you're talking about, bro, it doesn't pertain to the debate. That's why I brought up the double split. No, it don't. That's why I brought up the double split experiment.
Okay, let us ask you, why did you bring up the double slit experiment in the discussion without correlating it to
because if
he didn't show us not want the double split experiment once. He ain't showing us that shit. I know. I just said, man. You know, I fuck with you.
The atomic level.
Because if you knew about the double split experiment, about the double split experiment on the atomic level, then you'll know that when particles like electrons are fired up, you get what I'm saying, that they don't have like an affirmative pattern. They create a behavior characteristics of waves, not particles.
Depending on how you look at them. They move according
to the observer. It's the waves, not the particles.
the particles wave
It's
in
not
motion.
the particles, bro. It's not the particles. It's the
So
wave.
what is the wave made of?
The wave. You said, what if the wave made of?
What is the wave
Yeah,
created?
wave made of something.
Yeah.
1 second, real quick. Let me look.
See, and that's where you're gonna run into the trouble, family.
I said, hold on. Let me look at my
You
notes.
need to pick
I
up
know
a
you gotta
long.
look it up, but I know what it is. That's why I'm saying it's particles. So you said one thing correct.
Hey, hold up real quick.
Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Hold up. Check me out. It's a lot of people on this panel, gang. So check me out. It's not gonna look like nobody ganging up on you or jumping on you.
Oh no, bro. I'm not, bro. I'm
Hold up. Check me out. Hold up. Listen to me. The niggas that's talking to you right now, trust me, these gonna be the niggas a year later down the line, 2 years they line, you gonna be super cool with these heavy hitters. So they really help. They really kind of put some, you know what I'm saying, some water on your flower. So just
to respond back to the brother about the you said the subatomic level, right? So when we speak of the quantum physics,
no,
right,
the atomic level.
Okay, well, the subatomic and atomic level.
No, atomic, because subatomic means when it's microscopic.
Okay, right.
We're talking about on the atomic level.
At the quantum scale, right? Particles like electrons and like quarks, right, are described as energy waves, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, gluons and nuons, but how does that have to do with the wave?
Okay,
but
at the atomic level,
particle.
but at the atomic level, most what makes up what an atom is what at the atomic level.
What makes an atom?
At the atomic level, what makes up an atom?
You mean an atom? You mean an atom, yo?
Oh, you mean an atom? Okay, yeah. I was like, I was thinking he was trying to say. Electrons, neutrons, and protons. Those are particles, brother.
Okay, but look, I asked you a question. I said, what makes up an atom?
What makes up a particle are the different items that connect in the form of a nucleus, atom, and electron. Those are the things that you know. If we go smaller than that, we're talking about gluons and nuons. You know what a gluon is.
Okay. When we speaking of electrons, I'm speaking of electrons and
going quarks, smaller because you asked me what made those.
Or described as hold on, because you're still trying to beat around the bush and move the question.
How the fuck do you understand that he talking about atoms and he can't even say the shit right? And none of y'all on the panel corrected this nigga yet. Not one person on the panel corrected him about atoms.
Question, bro, because I asked you a simple question. I said, what makes up an atom at the atomic level?
Yeah, and we answered, and you still don't comprehend the answer is the problem. You know what a gluon and a nuon is, brother.
Because you don't want to say and agree that it's empty space, though.
You just asked what makes up an atom.
Hey, hold on, wait. Can I just take this up?
Is it empty space, bro? Is it empty space?
No, it's not, because it was dressed in the first round by male.
Hold on.
And you said that in the debate, but male sitting on
is it empty space? Is it empty space at the atomic level? Majority of the atoms.
Would you classify particles in waves as empty space?
All you got to do is bring it up on the screen. Or do I have to bring it up on the screen?
Bring it up. Dark matter and dark energy are there. So where do you get it?
We're talking about dark matter and dark energy, bro. We're talking about the atomic level, bro. You feel me? And what's crazy is the brother in the debate, Steady was talking about classical.
No, he wasn't.
What's the atomic level? Define the atomic level would have been one of my questions to him. But yeah, he debating everybody on the goddamn panel now.
He was not. I took meticulous notes.
Bro, I'm gonna recap, bro. I'm gonna do the recap. I'm gonna
It's
do the
funny when
recap on my
it's
channel,
funny
bro.
when you can
I'm gonna do the recap on my channel.
you can pronounce
You
it
feel me?
atomic
I'm
level,
gonna
but you can't pronounce
do the
it.
recap on my channel. But look,
All right, hold on real quick. Hold on, yeah.
Hey, what's good, Geechee? Team up, yo.
Hold on, yeah. All right, let's hear from Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah.
Who's Gullah?
No, I'm just talking shit. I wasn't saying shit for real. I'm just saying it's amazing he can pronounce the atomic level, but he can't pronounce atom. It's the same. That's the same. Right?
All right, hold on. Go ahead, honey. Go ahead,
He didn't even get to the mesons yet in the quarks, but go ahead.
Bro, what is the mesons? What are you talking about? What are you talking about mesons, bro? What what are mesons?
Y'all relax. Everybody relax. Go ahead, honey.
I was just saying good job to both the debaters. I'm not here to argue, y'all. Y'all already argued, right? But good job. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, you had good decorum. You probably just gotta work better on presenting the argument where we can understand what you're saying more. But besides,
Glad your mic.
Hit by the pseudo bug.
I'm mad her mic. I'm glad her mic messed.
period.
You falling out.
Period.
Go
All right,
ahead.
that's all though.
There you go.
That's it.
But yeah, I don't know what dude talking about a Nissan Core. You off topic, bro. You moving the goalpost.
Man, hey, yeah, you was off topic. I got
Yeah,
that in my notes. I got every time you was off topic in my notes.
Bro, you guys, you just didn't understand the debate that the dude was actually agreeing with my shit. If I'm proving that energy is at the atomic level, bro, and this nigga is saying that that matter is composed of energy at the atomic level, bro. What does that mean?
I didn't get to get to those points because he's wrong there.
All you gotta do is go through the recap.
He's wrong there, but you're too busy trying to combat. So when we talk about energy at the first form of the univerose, you're correct.
Yeah. Relax, gang. I ain't gonna let nobody.
Now y'all trying to overtalk.
No, bro. I'm not tripping. I'm trying to let you talk
already.
Listen
to some of the responses.
Let it flow. Hold up. Relax. Go ahead, Uncle. Go ahead, Uncle.
Yeah. So when you talked about the beginning of the universe, you were correct, but you didn't expound on it. The beginning of the universe is so hot, no matter can exist. And I've spoken on that on several occasions, but you didn't, because at a billion degrees, which is when the universe starts to cool off, everything is just energy and there is no matter. But you didn't bring that out. Those are the things that you got to bring out and bring up.
I mean, if you really watch the debate, I really did bring it out. You know what I'm saying? The CIA document. Look, he laughing, but the brother don't even know what a declassified document is. You get what I'm saying, bro? Yes, it did, bro. Did I not read from the source what it said?
From it, man.
All you had to do, bro, that alone proves that experiment proves that matter does not exist at the atomic level. I even read it.
It did not say that.
For the crowd.
It did not say that.
I literally read it. I literally read it.
Hold on, because let me go to the page where I wrote down what the fuck it
I
said.
literally read it. I'll put it back up on the screen for you.
I want to read it in context.
It had a point in there though, brother.
Let me just read it.
All
right, now hard search.
Well, he didn't expound upon it.
Hold on, check it out. Just chill out.
Come on, bro. I'll pull it up on that. I'll read it for you, bro.
Okay, hard search solid matter in the strict terms. This hard search. Control F. Press Control F. You come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
And you got brain stimulation up right now, which is not what you showed at the time.
Right. The quote was solid matter in strict terms simply does not exist. In strict terms, that's the key word. In strict terms, it does not say solid matter doesn't exist at the atomic level. It says in its strictest terms, which goes back to what y'all are talking about with classical physics.
Yeah.
So
in strict terms,
in strict terms,
go ahead.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist at all.
Look, hold on.
Think
hold on.
about this for a second.
And that's what I
I'm trying to
proved.
bring a little
And
bit of
that's what I
clarity.
proved in my. And look, if you go back through the debate, bro, I literally said that doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all.
Exactly.
It means that it's
That's
not
the linchpin.
that is electromagnetic forces there, bro.
Hey,
So if there's no solitude there, and there's electromagnetic forces there, what does that mean?
Gotcha.
No, the fact.
Hold on. I wrote that down when you said this doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all. That's you conceding the damn argument. Because the argument is
And that's what he didn't understand. That's why I say you didn't
All
expound.
right. Hold up. Let's let Uncle Kyle is in the building. Go ahead, up.
Yo, appreciate it, fam. So the fact that this even is a debate, it actually, and I say this with all due respect, it shows a fundamental lack of understanding of the topic being debated. So, like what Joshua was talking about, there's different levels to understanding physics, right? And you're looking at one level and you're using terms like the term matter, and you're trying to use that term on the subatomic or the quantum level. So, like, think about a computer for a second, right? A computer is composed of different parts. You got your CPU, your GPU, you got your microprocessor, you got your RAM, and you have all those different components that make up a computer. But then when you take a step back out of that and put the frame on it, now you call it a computer. But within that computer, it has multiple parts, right? And that's where the disconnect is coming, because you're not understanding that there's layers of understanding in science, and like you're stuck on that primary layer, which uses the term matter, and you're saying that, hey, matter doesn't exist on this level. But the thing that you're talking about is the pieces that make up the matter. And so, like, the argument doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And I would hope that you would just kind of take a step back and understand that the argument that you're making is nonsensical, and people would laugh at you in the real world for making that argument, bro. With all due respect.
No, you just don't understand that matter is actually the fundamental.
And he still don't understand what Kyle just said, and then he gonna tell Kyle that he don't understand it. That's Kyle's expertise, bro. That's his field of study. He deals with this shit every day. This was hard to listen to. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I ain't gonna hold you. This was hard. So I keep listening to Yaya goes against Jashub, and Jashub talks about where he gets punched in the face. Bro, I can't I can't listen to the whole thing.
No principles of energy, and that energy was first.
No, I literally, you know what? I do understand it. I'm saying that you don't understand it. That's what everybody.
I brought it out. I brought it out, bro. I brought it out and literally showed.
All right, bro. You got
that the
it.
atomic
You got
level
it,
don't exist on the atomic level.
Great job. Great job.
Look,
I'm out.
This shit, look. This stuff don't mean nothing to me. This stuff to me, bro. I'm proud. I'm proud for showing up. I won. I beat a nigga down.
What?
You get what I'm saying? And you feel me? I beat a nigga down.
Hey, how did he come to the conclusion that he won? When Wavy didn't vote for him, Cedric didn't vote for him, Lucifer, which is Jakub, he didn't vote for him. Who voted for this nigga? He just self-proclaimed he won a debate, bro, and he wasn't even on.
Y'all let a nigga show slideshows. Bro said nigga won. It is what it is. You feel me?
No, bro. Like that's the thing. Like the people that's on this panel, the people on this panel right now are literally showing you.
I'm still not gonna lose
mistakes. And it's
no followers from this.
Don't nobody give a fuck, bro. This is a mistake. Don't nobody care about the followers, bro. Do you want to feel right, or do you want to?
Why you cussing?
Relax, man. Look,
Let me get it out. Yeah.
You don't gotta cuss
me.
me.
Go ahead, Kyle.
at some point, bro, you got to make a decision in your mind. Do you want to think you're right about something, or do you want to be actually correct? And everybody on this platform right now is trying to help you be correct, not feel right. And at some point, as men, we all have to take correction.
Bruh, if they
like
believe,
I've been wrong
bruh,
in my life before.
Belief like I lost. That's their opinion, bro. That's your.
This ain't
your
about
opinion.
losing. It's about you being
You
correct.
to that.
This, everybody know you lost. Everybody that watched the debate know you got your ass beat. You lost the debate, right?
If you think
but
I'm wrong, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. This is fact.
Bruh, if you think,
it's just a discussion.
Everybody on here, they think I lost. I'm not gonna lose no fight. Connected. I ain't gonna lose nothing from this.
Yeah, it's just a discussion. But I want you to look at the different particles that make up the wave. So
You're making it seem like, bro, this nigga gonna lose everything when he wake up.
I want you to look at the particles that make up the wave, so that when you bring that out, you know, you don't say like, oh, this is not a particle. This is because magnetism itself doesn't contain energy. It's just a method in which energy is converted. So when you hinge on that,
so would you agree? So look, would you agree that everything was energy at first? I'm not.
Yes,
I'm saying
there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In the beginning,
look, the argument, right? Look, the argument. Listen. The argument is right. Does matter exist at the atomic level? So if I'm proving that energy exists, right, and a nigga coming out showing that energy exists there, and matter is a composed fundamental of, and you give a nigga a W, that's biased,
because
but it
no,
is.
Well, let me explain to you again. I got my notes right here.
Right. Hold up, before you go into it.
He stumped the shit out of you.
There's two
the
things.
All right.
But hold up.
What you gotta do, bro?
All right, go ahead.
That's what it is. So look at this. At the beginning,
just listen.
At the beginning, when you say there's just energy, me and you both agree, right? Because I've been to cosmogony and cosmology class at the School of Japan, okay? And what I'm telling you is this. What they say about that energy is that it's clumped together in forms that aren't cool enough to become matter yet. So they already have energy forms moving around. Even though it's all energy, there's different types of energies around itself. So that when the cool off effect happens, when the universe cools down after the emergence, those clumps start to form objects of matter that have energy in them. That's how the science works, right? So this energy is not penetrated by this one because it's in its own form. These are the beginnings of the universe. This is why I asked you about the gluons and nuons, because when you talk about the gluons, which are really, and the photons, which are really bosons, they have quanta energy, but they don't have enough body to create mass yet. You understand what I'm saying? So those particles rest mass and cannot overlap or combine. So because they can't overlap, it's not energy just passing everywhere. There's separate forms of energy everywhere. When they combine and create the fermions, that's when you start to get matter, because you start to get cooling. You go from bosons to other types of forms, such as quarks, mesons, to your atoms, your protons, neutrons, and your baryons. But you don't get it when it first begins at the subatomic level, but you don't get those energies passing through each other, which is why they're arguing that matter existed at the time, but it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Not just
so
that,
look,
but
we
talking about in quantum physics, though.
Yeah,
So,
that's in quantum mechanics. That's in quantum mechanics.
That's what kill it. Yeah.
This is what you didn't bring out, brother. That's why I was explaining that, because you needed to bring out the beginning of the universe and how things start in order to say there's no matter.
But if we talking about in quantum physics, solid matter exists. You know what I'm saying? That's the if we wasn't talking about quantum physics, I understand what you're saying, brother. I just think when you was looking up your information, it wasn't about quantum physics. You feel me?
I don't think that wasn't the topic though. Cause look at the topic. It says does solid matter exist at the atomic level? It doesn't say does solid matter exist at the atomic level according to quantum physics.
And
that was the topic. Y'all both said it in the first round.
That was the topic, and it was on my first slide.
So what is quantum mechanics to you? Is that not dealing? It's not quantum mechanics dealing with all quantitism in the field. So when I say quantum mechanics, I'm dealing with all quantitism.
Here's my thing, and Asar kind of hinted at it. I think had you specified you were dealing with the subatomic level, you had an argument. And if you notice, I touched on it a little bit, but I didn't want to give too much to it so that you would switch your position. But had you started the debate off saying the solid matter exists at the subatomic level, I wouldn't have even agreed to the debate. But then Joshua brings up a key point.
So it's
and Melvin, you know that because we didn't have these discussions in Hangouts for years.
I'm sorry. We've been kicking it for like over 10 years, So
so if you see you chomping at the bit, it's just that one word out. You feel me? Like adding quantum, if you would have added sub, like you right there. You feel me? So don't think nobody chastising you, bro.
Bro, look, I'm not tripping off this, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna do a recap on my channel tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? But because look, at the same time, you must understand. Like I said, the argument he's arguing is the same argument that I'm arguing.
No,
you get what I'm saying? We both are saying that energy
is
interchangeable. We know this. You get what I'm saying? And like the brother said that energy was there before matter. I agree, and I even said that in my presentation, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? I thank Seth, you know what I mean, for giving me a 38 to 40. You get what I'm saying? I appreciate that, Seth, for sure. You get what I'm saying? He understood a little bit of my science that I brought out. You get what I'm saying? Some people couldn't understand it, but it is what it is.
Bro, you brought out Google. You didn't bring on no goddamn science. Listen, y'all, we about to turn the page to Ivan Van Sertima in a minute. So go ahead, get your peoples, get your abos, get your super Afrocentric blacks. I don't give a fuck. Go get them.
Is everybody else? I'm laughing because it's everybody else's fault that you debated poorly. It's everybody else's fault.
I'm not blaming nobody, bro. It's your opinion.
Check this out.
You
said this
opinion, man.
Verbatim in the first round. You said right here that that atoms are consisted of empty space, correct?
Yeah, I said majority.
Okay. What did Mel say in his first round? I'll just show you how you got beat up.
He said the same thing. He said the same thing I said.
No, he did not. He said quantum fields fill that space. No, he said quantum fields fill that space.
And I showed that it was empty.
Hold on. This is pump the brakes.
We're gonna do a recap anyway, so it don't even matter.
Get your point across. You wouldn't have to recap if you were paying attention.
Bro,
so he was
the claim. Do a recap anyway, and I'm gonna do a recap.
He went first and still count your claim. How somebody gonna go first?
Sign with dude because I didn't have a presentation.
Nope.
It is what it is. Maybe said I can show my screen. Is that what I? You didn't.
You said that y'all said the same thing. Y'all did not. Y'all didn't say the same thing, and I just proved with one example that y'all were not on the same page. I just proved it because you claimed that there was empty spaces in the atom, and after he told you that empty space that you're referring to is not really empty, it's filled with the quantum fields, and he gave a source and everything.
Bro, Listen, bro. The whole argument is based. Listen.
I know it
So
hurts.
if he's proven, hold on. So if he's proven, right? So if he's supposed to be proving that matter is there, right? Why is he showing that electro clouds is there?
You did not listen to him, did you? This is what I'm saying. You did not pay attention to your opponent. I don't
Come
know
on,
what
man. That's why I said I'm gonna recap. I'm gonna recap it on my show. It is
you gotta recap because you obviously were not listening to what he was presenting.
You don't even understand what I just said.
Cool, yeah, cool.
All right, hey, both debaters, y'all got to go spend time with y'all family.
Man, look, I respect, hey, Wavy, bro. I thank you for letting me come on your channel, man.
Yeah, same, bro. I appreciate that. And respect to Yaya, yo.
Hey, respect you too, man. For sure, man.
I
for sure put the belt the ass on you, but
hey, we did our thing for 2 days prep, yo. So ain't no excuses for these other niggas, yo.
You
Hey,
can't
I
agree
appreciate
with me,
y'all
bro.
decorum. I appreciate y'all decorum. I appreciate y'all
Straight
for
up,
hitting me up.
Yo, he still think that he did something, bro.
You weren't arguing the same thing.
I was not arguing that until he started proving and showing my case. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me talk real quick, Buzzo. Look, when he brought out my case and started saying that it wasn't majority completely empty, it was surrounded by electron clouds. That's when I knew was like, damn, bro, I had my man. Because I got my paper right here, nigga. I can show you my notes. I can screen on and show you all my notes.
If you're arguing with Mills,
in real life, bro,
you're arguing for solid matter that exists at the atomic level.
I'm arguing.
Exactly. So wait. Oh, so you are arguing that solid matter.
I'm arguing that solid matter doesn't exist at the atomic level.
Okay, so you're arguing that solid matter does exist at the atomic level.
Doesn't exist at
So you're not arguing the same thing as Bill. Thanks for explaining to the audience.
Okay, so listen. So, but when he brought, okay, hold on. If I'm in a negative, bro, why did he say that at the atomic level, energy was surrounded atoms? If he's supposed to be proving that matter, listen. If atoms is the fundamental of matter, right? We all know that, right? So atoms creating matter. So I'm asking you, bro, why didn't he prove solid matter exists at the atomic level?
He did. He put in his first round, electrons act as particles, and he explained waves. Hold on. So what do you mean? All right. You want to hear the part when he punched you in the fucking face, nigga?
Do you think
when you left your shit bloody? You don't want to hear that, don't you?
Do you think?
Maybe if you paid attention to him doing that, then maybe you would.
Why y'all be trying to act like Judah Nazareth so far, man? Why y'all be trying to act like Judah for?
Who's acting like a drunk?
Come on, man. Why y'all trying to act like Judah for, man? Stop trying to act like that man, man.
Acting like
that's that man's style.
Hey, come on, all right, come on, yeah.
Will it go?
Yeah.
Will it go?
Come on, bro. Relax.
You gotta tell him to relax.
Hey, yeah.
I'm relaxed, bro. I'm relaxed, bro.
All right. Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Okay, I got a little.
Go ahead, Yashu.
Man,
hold on, let me throw something out there. Hold on. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Since we are speaking about the rounds and things, I was trying not to get into it, but I'm gonna just throw a little bit in the pot. What I seen was it looked like a lot of the back end of Mel's last round. He was just explaining what his evidence of showing his side of the case and pushing his narrative and proving his point was just claiming what Yaya was supposed to be bringing to the table, and that was supposed to be his evidence in the offense of his case. But yeah, so that's what I saw. You know what I mean? Upon just a little bit, you know what I'm saying, of my what Silky D seen, you feel me, with my eyes, a little bit of my assessment, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, Uncle said is
man, ain't nobody listening to none of that shit. Silky D saying Mr. Two Spirits. Fuck out of here, Mr. Two Spirits. We ain't even need that bullshit. So Man, let me just say this real quick before we transition. Let me just say this before we transition. Mel argued the point better. You learn more from Melvin than you did from the other dude. The dude was unprepared. He did not have a presentation. He didn't take it too literal. He just said and did what he said and did. Kofi got to take the emblem off. Kofi over there with a Mossy logo on, bro. Change the logo, Kofi. Tahuti, well, you got to ask Melvin the bar about where Tahuti at. Tahuti has been back there in that back chat trying to say all these other things about Ivan Van Sertima, and he's made it. He's saying that in chapter 3 of Van Sertima's book, which we've shown on this channel before, that he said that Ivan Van Sertima argues for a naval presence. And that's what he says in the book, and he pushes it, right? So I'm telling you that they didn't have no goddamn Navy. They didn't have a Navy. So what the fuck are you talking about? A Navy. They weren't maritime travelers. They didn't invent shit to travel in oceanic currents. They can't even deal with that. They were canoe travelers. So what we're going to do is we're going to deal with Mali. Let's show y'all something. So I had to go get this shit so I can put it on the screen for y'all so you can know I ain't making nothing up. This is chapter 3 of Van Sertima's book, The Mariner Prince of Mali. I got the book next to me. This nigga said that I didn't read this fucking book. He said it in the chat. The first thing on the first page of the fucking book is this. The words of the Mali griot, Mamadou Koyete. Say his name wrong every time. Quoted in D.T. Nene's Sundiata, an epic of Old Mali. So, now that you see this quote on a fucking screen, watch this. Stop sharing real quick. Let me reshare. I want to show y'all something. Right, not into the 18s. Man, I ain't playing no games with none of these dudes, boy. Boy. Look at here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what we have here, ladies and gentlemen. We have the actual shit right here. We have Van Sertima's source right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's open it up and let's go Mr. One Page. Now, if you know anything about Van Sertima's book, he is referring to a quote that is used in the introduction of this book. Okay? Let me back out of it. I'm too close. And we're going to get into it. Now, Van Sertima's usage of this book is in two parts. One, it is in the earlier part of the book where he uses this quote. And the second one is on page 79 of this particular text. And we're going to see what he's talking about. But first, before I even get to the quote, I need y'all to look very closely at something very specific. And I'm going to zoom in. You can pause the video and you can, that's too far. You can pause the video and you can clip it right here. It says, Zantiata was a real king who from 1235 to 1255 ruled the empire of Mali just south of the Sahara Desert in the western grasslands that Muslim Arab caravan merchants called the Sahel or shore. Pause. Why would Muslim Arab caravan merchants call the Sahel or shore? Why would they call that area that? Now, he founded the second major kingdom created by the local rulers to profit from the desert trade. What trade? The desert trade,
with North Africans. Ghana was the first. After Mali, Songhai will become a regional power in the 15th century. Today, after being colonized by France, Mali is again an independent country. And the story of who? Sundiata, not Mansa Musa, Sundiata remains as a symbol of past greatness. When Mali's territory extended from the Atlantic to Timbuktu, Sundiata is a national hero who exploits all still sung about in poetry by griots. Still ain't heard no motherfucking Mansa Musa in this yet. Hereditary keepers of oral traditions, to music played on the string chori in public performances. Historian D.T. Nane received the version of Sundiata's epic from the Jele griot Mamadou Koyete. It has been twice translated, originally from the Malinke or Mandinka into French and then into English. So we have the epic directly from an historian or griot, Mali griot, Jele, about him. Okay, now let's get to the whole shit about the quote. Now this quote comes up very early. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, what is this story about? This story is about the Lion King himself, Sundiata. Okay? It's ain't about Mansa Musa. It's about Sundiata. So, let me go real quick to show y'all where Ivan Van Sertima gets the quote from in the book. Now look, even in this book, they have a geography. They telling you major places regarding shit. They don't care nothing about no fucking Atlantic. If you don't have a book, you know what I'm saying? I did leave a link where you can get it off of Scribe, but you're probably gonna have to pay for a subscription to be able to download it if you're interested in it. Since I have a copy of it, you know what I mean? I just wanted to let y'all know where y'all can go get this shit. All right, so we're coming up on Van Sertima's quote that he uses in one part of this book, and then we'll get to the other point momentarily, okay? I just want to show people where this shit comes from. All right? So, no one is confused that we can deal with what we want to deal with. Are we clear? Y'all missed it? You missed it? Okay. Real quick. So, he uses a quote out of this book. Page 39 of his book. They came before Columbus. Let me not confuse y'all because there's like 72 different versions of this book. And this is the 2003 edition. There's a 1976 edition that has no sources. Y'all see me flicking my ass off. I know it. Because his quote comes later on down here. He grabs the quote right from here. I just forgot what page it is on in here. Hold on. Shit. Where did this shit go, man? I had just had it on this shit till I scrolled up. I'm going to read it to y'all. It says, we are the vessels of speech. We are the repositories of which labor has secrets many centuries old. Oh, hold on. I done went too damn far. Let me exit out. Oh no, I don't want to exit out. What's on the screen? What book on the screen? Wrong book. Exit out of that book. Right book. Two pages. We got to come back to this one page. I'm going to read the beginning of the book, but I'm going to come back to it. Right here. I done went past it. 60, 72, 4, 8, 9. All right. We're going to come back to this shit right here. Just a moment. Be right back to that. But let's deal with the quote that he got from out of the book. I got to stop sharing my screen. Damn, Melvin, you trying to tell too much too early, bro. So anyway, we are vessels of speech. We are the repositories of which harbor secrets in many centuries, yada, 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 yada. This is where he got this quote from that same book, okay? So just so people know, we got the book. Excuse me. Yawning and shit. All right. So that morning, the king was in somber mood. Everyone within the place courtyard sensed it as he became through the door in the corner of a palace with great bow of Mali King shining in his hands. A chill fell over the assembly. His golden skull cap was askew, and the dagger-like edges of the Bakar band looked blunted. He had obviously spent the night nodding and dozing in full royal regalia, for under the velvety red tunic of Mutamfaz, the silk was heavily crinkled. I don't know where he's getting this shit from that we're reading because he does not source it. Word was passed down through the crowd waiting under the trees outside the gates that this was no proprietor's day to air tribal complaints or broach matters to Tenius for quick settlement. The king walked slowly to his pepi with his face down. Even the stringy music of gold and silver gumbres, which were brought on the softness of a stern bearded face, sounded tuneless against his expression. Notice, no quotation. Where the fuck are you getting this? Besides him walked his griot, Coyete, the court historian, stopping when the king stopped, affecting the grave frown to blend with the tempo of his master's mood. Behind them trailed a train of 300 armed servants. The king moved heavily to Pempe, a three-tiered pavilion which had been set up under a great silk cotton tree dominating the palace yard. He stopped before the silk carpeted steps of the pavilion and for a moment appeared almost frozen in thought. So that the long train of servants reflecting his stride became dutifully immobile. For the first time that the morning he lifted his head and looked around, it was restless. Hurry looked at, took in everything and nothing. He stared for a moment at a white sun and the savannas burning behind the webs of a great tree under which Sundiata, the former of the empire, once sat. Then, like a preacher ascending to his pulpit, climbed the steps. The moment he was seated on the cushions of the pepi under the shade of the royal umbrella, surmounted by its golden bird, there was a roll of drums and trumpets and bugles sounded. 3 pages ran out to a sermon, his deputy and the military commanders of the region. These dignitaries entered and sat down. There also entered the king's presence of 2 horses. They were without mounts, yet saddled and bridled, catering them with beautiful control, as though ridden by spirits. Besides them trotted 2 sacred goats, when the magicians believed protected their sovereign from the evil eye. Is he telling us that entire story comes from Batuti's account? Here is Batuti's account. Okay? This is Ibn Batuti's account and the source. Okay? Now, all of that shit that he just read, is it going to show up in this account? We're going to come back to this. As a matter of fact, let's fucking deal with it right now. Let me scroll down real quick. Here we go. He was sitting on the carpet under an archway with his guards before him carrying laces and bowls in their hands and the headman of the Musafa behind him. The merchants remained standing in front of him while they spoke to them, and the interpreter, although the close to him, the yada, 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 yada. I went to visit Imam Bara, a worthy man of Salah. Nope, this ain't got nothing to do with what he got going on. He going to a whole other place. Mali comes up, the capital of their king in Mali. My stay at El Watan lasted 15 days, yada, yada, yada. The Musafa. Okay, Batuti is not explaining his quote yet. And I'm in the page range of what he is quoting because he says pages 326 to 330. And this is the beginning of the shit that even got to deal with Mali, but he ain't mentioned nothing about the king yet. Because he ain't even dealing with, he's dealing with, okay, so here we go. On certain days, the Sultan holds audiences in the palace where there's a platform under a tree with 3 steps. This they call the Pempi. It is carpeted with silk and has cushions placed on it over it. Its raised umbrella, which is sort of a pavilion made of silk, surmounted by a bird in gold, about the size of a falcon. The Sultan comes out of the door at the corner of a palace carrying a bow in his hand and a quiver on his back. On his head, he has a golden skull cap, bound with gold, in which his narrow end shaped like knives. Now, we're not hearing this from Van Sertima. We're hearing Van Sertima try to say the same thing, but in a different gesture. This is Batuti's account. His usual dress is velvety red tunic made of European fabrics called mutafas. We heard that from Ivan Van Sertima on the earlier pages. But we also know that during the rest of this chapter, he comes back to Pepe and says all these other things, right? Okay, so he walks in leisurely fashion, yada, yada, yada. On reaching the Pepe, he stops and looks around. Assembly ascends to the center manner of the preacher ascending to, see, there you go. Sedate manner of a preacher ascending a mosque pulpit. As he takes a seat on the drums, trumpets, and bongos, we heard this from Van Sertima, are sounded. 3 slaves go out on a run to summon the sovereign deputy and the military commanders who enter and sat down. But we didn't hear about 3 slaves doing any of that. He just gives us a summary. 2 saddled and brindled horses are brought up. We ain't got this far yet. Duga stands at the gate and the trees and the rest remain in the street under the trees. This is, okay, so this is where Van Sertima gets his quote for damn near 2 pages that we just read in his book from 326 to 330. So this is 4 pages of his shit, just so you know. The Negroes are all of a people of submissive to the king and most of the abject in the behavior before him. Let me pause. I'm going to come back to Van Sertima. It was the year 1310 in the city of Nani on the left bank of the Sankarina. Abakari II, grandson of the daughter of Sandiata, was holding court. Give me a second. Because I got a book in my hand. We don't get a quote or a citation in the book. And it looks just like it does on your screen. So now we're on page 40. We're going to page 41 now. Yep. On the military commanders opened up on the days of business, things were not going so well for Mali in the seas of Jin. It was a small city in the setbackward of the Bonny River. Look up what the Bonny River where the Bonny River is. It's a tributary of the Niger, about 300 miles southwest of Timbuktu. But it had repulsed everything in the Malian forces and hurled against it. The news did little to lift Abukari's spirits. Where is he getting this shit from? We're gonna find out. He had lost all the heart of the Jinn. Jinn is a location or a city. It was a beautiful city. He was told, this distinguished by its waterways and the designs of the buildings, there were scholars within its walls as learned as the wisest men of Timbuktu, doctors who performed the more advanced and delicate operations such as the removal of cataracts than any of them known in the Arab world or Europe. It could be a feather in any conqueror's cap to take Jinn. Gaul and Mamadou before him had tried and failed. Jinn was protected by treacherous swamps and unapproachable only by twisting canals and streams. Source number 2. For a description of Jinn and the struggles of the mighty empire of Mali to control this beautiful but attractable little city, see Daniel Chu and Elliot Skinner, A Glorious Age in Africa. I tried to pull up that shit and it wouldn't pull up. Even this next source, source number 3, which is Africa Explorers in the New World. And he says there's a reprint. Then he comes back to Batuti's account, and we'll get to that. Since ascending to the throne of Mali, he had but one ambition. It was to use all his power and wealth to realize a dream and had hunted him all through his childhood. Sakura, the slave turned king, the upstart and the usurper, had broken the legitimacy line of succession of the Mali kings. Pause. Now, why am I pausing right here? Because he is calling Abukari was the king at this time. He's supposed to be, and he's saying this Abukari the second. If we go back to this page right here, he said Abukari the second. We ain't even got Abukari the first in this conversation, and we're at a fucking second. Since ascending to the throne of Mali, he had the ambition. It was so Sakar the slave turned king. He said here, Sakaru the slave turned king, the upstart and the usurper. This is important. So let's pull up the Mali kings list. Let me see. Hold on, I'm trying to get the actual kings list. This ain't a good one. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull up. Is it in Word? I'm trying to get to my book so I can get the kings list. We got to get the kings list, and it's got to be an accurate kings list. You also can find it in what book is it? I think it's Volume 3. UNESCO Volume 3 may have the kings list, but for some reason I'm waiting on my thing to load up. There's also a fictitious kings list, and then hold on, I got one better because this shit taking too long. I'm gonna let it keep trying to load. Then I'm gonna try to find it there, but I'm gonna get y'all. You know what I'm saying? This one I'm doing it slowly. Okay, hold up. Recent. Ben. Harlem Renaissance. African Spirituality. Reggie Revisited. Spears of the Mossy Complete Book. The Book of Nina. The Restoration of the Nature. Yeah, y'all don't know them names. Them names of books. 1016 Self-Sustainability. SARS-CoV-2. Balad al-Badan. The Restoration of Nature. The Complete Book. Jimbe, okay. Who stole you? Yeah, I don't know. None. Those are titles of books that I'm saying out loud, or chapters in particular books. King Mugabe. Oh, what my shit at? Bro, like I done did all of this work, bro. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna give y'all a visual of it because I know if I show, I don't want to do this in Spears of the Mossy Volume 1, 2. It's 3 in here. I don't know what this shit is. Oh, it's in pages. Oops, my bad. I'm gonna do this though. Let me do this. And I'm gonna tell y'all how this stuff go. So I'm about to show y'all something that I've shown before. Give me a second. Let me X out of this. And let me get my part up first. And then all right. Let me stop sharing my screen. Yeah, I got one too, but I want to put this on the screen because it's a visual, so I ain't even got to do that one. Yeah, I like yours too. I like that timeline too, but I want to show like the actual it on paper. All right, so as if y'all are looking at this screen, the same argument that Van Sertima is making, right? I'm gonna play this part real quick and then I'm gonna come to it. So y'all know that Classic Jabez used to be a member of the Mossy. So how you cross-reference and verify shit, you know what I'm saying? You got to deal with it like that. This is one of the reasons why you just, even though he was a part of the Mossy and all of that old shit, right? He used to be a member. You still can't rely on his research to come to a conclusion. You got to go behind your brother. So when he provides you with the information, you got to substantiate it, and then you got to compare it with the information you compiled and collected. So that process starts off by first, Tahuti, reading Van Sertima's books, understanding Van Sertima's claims, then moving forward with compiling and collecting the data that he provided, because earlier on, he never gave us sources in his earlier text. We don't get source material until 2003. Let's move on.
showing where the Van Sertima confusion comes from. If you have the original version of They Came Before Columbus, the original print from the 1970s, the version that cost $100, that version doesn't have any sources or references in it. But if you have one of the more recent publications, like the $12 version off of Amazon, that version has sources in it. One of the sources is A History of Islam in West Africa by Spencer Tremingham. If you read the text where the arrow is pointing, you can clearly see that Tremingham has the king's list wrong. He has Abu Bakr out of order and coming after Selkara, instead of the other way around. In short, this king procession is wrong and has no supporting evidence.
One more time. One more time. The first era of business, and this is why I wanted to show it, is for the simple fact that Tremingham book is out of order. Now, you listen closely. You're hearing me read this shit. We on the same chapter about this maritime trip. We at the point of where he bringing up Abakari II and he's saying all of this shit, right? He's saying all of this shit, right? Right? We up to that point. We on page 41 of the book. We getting to it. Abakari is down in his feelings. He just lost Jin. He's trying to deal with all of this shit. Then he's talking about a usurper by the name of Sakura becoming king. So now there's a legitimacy question. Look at that. And he spells his name different than what you see on the screen. Tremingham spells it Sabakura. Van Sertima spells it Sakura, Sakura. He has Sabakura. The succession reverted to the legitimate line with Gaul and son of Sundiata. Y'all see that right there? So we own our shit right here, right? We ain't playing no games. But listen, and then show.
We have one of the more recent publications, like the $12 version off of Amazon. That version has sources in it. One of the sources is A History of Islam in West Africa by Spencer Tremingham. If you read the text where the arrow is pointing, you can clearly see that Tremingham has the king's list wrong. He has Abu Bakr out of order and coming after Selkara, instead of the other way around. In short, this king procession is wrong and has no supporting evidence. This is one of the sources that Van Sertima used, and because Tremingham is wrong, Van Sertima is also wrong. Here's another view of the king's list for you to compare it with the last image.
Boom. Pause. Here is the king's list. Look at the names. The first king. Who was the first king? Sundiata. Yep, there. Look what Sakura is. Who was he before? You see what I'm saying? If you go back, Van Sertima clearly, Tremingham clearly. What most people do is look down there and they see Musa down there, right? And then you see Musa right here. That's because you're dealing with the second Musa. But I'm going to let my brother build real quick.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done.
So really we got too far ahead. We got too far ahead. So now that I got my brother done, I'll come back to that in just a second. Remember, we still got two sources on the screen. We got Batuti's account we got to get to. We got Van Sertima. So we already made a clear indication that there's something wrong with the order of the precisions of the king's list that is listed by Van Sertima's book. Okay? And we're going to get into the other shit in just a minute about this naval shit. We ain't getting off that point. So now we understand that he's saying Sakara broke the succession of the king's list and he's a usurper that comes into his own right. Then he says, it was also said that the world began and ended. He says here, look, it was also said that the world began and ended in water. Water stood at the end of the conquered world of Alexander, who, pushing at last to the sea, charged the waves with his horses, crying his heart out at the thought that there were no more lands, no more armies or cities to conquer. Water mocked Alexander, upon whom all the Mali kings from Sundiata down had modeled themselves. Water fascinated Abukari II. Where the fuck is that at? Water fascinated Abukari II. Spacious, mobile, brooding bodies of water. Water was like stored grain at the Nyani, for it took a full day for servants to fill the royal jars. The river Kala, and return with them to a place. The boy Abu sometimes thought it was strange that his ancestors had built a palace so far from the water's edge. Abu had once traveled in a great canoe down the somber waters of the Sakarina. He marveled at the way the boatmen used the paddles to listen to the drummings of the fishes and the whispers of the currents, and the canoe sped as though it was sliding down a steep floor when the paddlers paused. He wondered dreamingly where all the running bright brown water went, as boys are wont to wander over the strange far-off lands goes the drifting clouds. If you're asking yourself, or if you're not asking yourself, where the hell does Van Sertima get this shit? It is a legitimate question. Where is he getting this to come under the impression and the assumption of that? He still has not cited where the hell this idea of this water shit comes from. Then he says he had heard that the Senegal and other rivers in his kingdom ran beyond the land into a great sea. Men were terrified of that sea, then of the vast, blinding plains of the Sahara. The Arabs called it the Green Sea of Darkness. This is a quote. The Arabs called it the Green Sea of the Darkness. We're finna come into African explorers in the New World, the crisis. And we can't get the damn source for it, but we gonna proceed. Few had been known to enter upon it. Fewer still had been known to return. It was said that there was a powerful current, like the hand of a violent god, not far from the land's end, which beaconed boats into its fingers and threw them out of the uttermost edges of the world, where they fell with the sea into a black hole. But during Saqqara's reign, diplomats had come from the court of Morocco who said that this was all nonsense. Brand new ideas about worlds beyond this sea were circulating in North Africa. So, in North Africa, among the Berbers and the Arabs, things are circulating that has no legitimacy among the Malian Empire and to people in the Sahara. The works of Abu Sa'id, Musaidi, Idrisi, Ch.3, al-Bufetta had trickled down to the University of Timbuktu. Scholars had come merely recent in times with Gao and Mamadou, saying strange things that the waters that washed the western end of Mali were not the end of the world at all, that the world had no end, for it was built like a bottle gourd. If you put your finger at the point of the gourd and tried to trace a line across it, his griot told him, you would come to the end of the line to the point of where you started, beginning again at the point of where it seemed you had come to an end. So it was with the world. Thus would a man return to the very spot from which he had set out, if he could march or sail across the circle of the gourd-shaped world. But there were those, the most closed and conservative of those clerics, who felt that new thinkers in North Africa were presumptuous, romantic, and insane. How could they believe that men were walking upside down in unknown lands at the bottom of the gourd-shaped world? He was glad that Kayete, like Bala Fasiki Santiata's griot, and I got the other griots shit here on Sandiata. Notice there's 2 griots mentioned here. Both griots have written about Sandiata. Not one griot has a translated version of Mansa Musa. Not even a French version of Mansa Musa, might I add. That says something. Now, Sundiata's griot, who had too lively a quest in the spirit and allowed reactionaries to reign in his imagination, had lived too close to the Mandinka magicians to forget that himself was a vital force among the forces and not mere victim of prearranged destiny. Can Musa, his brother, took the Muslim clerics more seriously, but he, Abu, had always been in secret conflict with them. Real quick, this story comes from Arabs. The Arabs are telling this. Remember, before that, the Arabs were told this by Musa. But the accounts that we're going to read, Batuti's accounts about Mali Empire, is in North, it's in Arab. It's no one that's from Mali verifying and qualifying the shit that is told by this Arab. Let me continue. I'm going to skip all this because it's talking about the Muslim festival days. Ch.3 appreciated association with Islam, the superficial but diplomatically important link through the international religion between that of the Arab courts, his and the Arab courts. But Mahdi had gone his own way and could continue to do so. Little did he owe to the Arab Muslims by the way of rituals of his culture, the appearance of his court, and the legal political structure of his government. He was vital to them as to they to him. Even Europe depended on the gold the Arabs got from him for their currency and jewels. The first coins that circulated in Europe since Roman times were minted from his gold. Thousands of Arab and African caravans every year passed through Timbuktu and Nani and the invincible little city of Jin, keeping the line of exchange of communications open between his dominions in Cairo. He had given and has had his ancestors before, most generously to the Muslims and teachers of the scribes at Timbuktu. But he would never allow them to take their ideology too far. Diplomacy was diplomacy, trade was trade, but culture and religion were inseparable strands of the natives and sacred traditions. It was the lifeblood of the people. He understood why, on a closer reflection, Sundiata had built this place at Nani. If you're listening to me again and you don't know what the fuck is going on, this is Ivan Van Sertima superimposing different shit or summarizing shit from somewhere we can't verify. It was close to the life of cultivators or the life of the people of the land. Sometimes the kings of Mali had shifted their capital, but never away from the heartland of peasants. They could lose the field of the earth from which they sprang. That's a citation that we can validate because that comes up out of a specific summarized version of it. But that's going to come up out of Trimmingham's work, which you heard our brother talk about earlier, class of Shabazz, when he said a history of Islam in West Africa. That's one of the other key emphasis here because there's going to be an issue. That's source number 6. Source number 8 is going to bring us to Sundiata, and we're going to deal with that shit. He had found it amusing when he heard from the gold diggers of Bambouk had withdrawn from the trade of the Muslims when they tried to slip their alien god in among the Arabian silks and the amulets and perfumes. So yeah, they go to Arabs being the Arabs talking that bullshit. All right. He knew when he ascended to the throne that many Muslims devotees in the circles of the courts of the scoff at his transcendent ocean scheme. Who is he and what are you talking about? Anyway, so peep this. Several Mali kings, after they had taken their conquest to the limits of their powers would allow, had but one conventional ambition. His brother, Kankan Musa, was already talking about it. If Kankan Musa ever succeeded him, he would choose that way to make his mark upon the world, to lead a massive train of caravans like the tribes of Israel on the move across the desert to Mecca. It was less his brother Muslim's faith, Abu knew. than the desire to impress the Arabs, their greatest allies and rivals. With Mali's great wealth and power, Abu wanted to do something different, something new, something for which there was no precedent. Something, too, that would keep this spirit quick and young with a lifelong excitement. He was bored by pretty wars, which meant so little to the terms of a new territory. Now the Mali had extended itself down to the deserts of the north and the jungles of the south, as far as east to the copper mines of Takata, and as far west as great as mysterious waters of the Western Sea. He was the master of the largest empire in the world, larger, said the Arabs, and the Holy Roman Empire, large as the civilized states of Europe. Where would be the Alexandrian joy that Sundiata of his adversary, Samaguru, the sorcerer, felt they started on their great campaigns? And he was bored by the thought of a pilgrimage, even if it was to involve mile-long trains of camels and people. As Can like dream his would, he was bored by pious duties and by pious men. They repeated themselves endlessly. Some of the muezzins of the mosque reminded him of crickets singing at a sundown in the darkening savannas. He could not conceal a certain hostility and contempt. Quranic recitals fell like an icy breath upon the warm, turbulent spirit of the Bombaras. Muslims were terrified for real life. He felt terrified of the scenes, terrified from the primitive power, sex. They were alarmed to see his grown-up daughter swim stark naked in the Kala. While they were in tune with their women up to their eyes and clothes, he surrounded himself with people of like mind. Scholars of Timbuktu entertained theories of the gourd-shaped world and dreamed of lands beyond the waters, as men now dreamed of life in lands beyond the stars. The king gave all the attention to these men, so much so that the affairs of the state began to suffer, and even the griot tactfully reminded him of the Kalabadaman, the ancestors of those who preferred adventure to the responsibilities of the government. Mind you, we didn't read all of this thus far. We have yet to come to a navy. The Malians having a navy empire. But let's continue. The king turned his head away. Mali was strong enough and his tribute paying estates independent and loyal enough to stage. To sustain good and easy government, he would lose no time in the endless task of administration. He would spare no pains to build a fleet. Here we go. A fleet. Let it be known throughout Mali and beyond, all those who fished and sailed in the lakes and rivers and off the sea's great coast, and who knew about boats and the waters and currents and winds and directions, finding by the maps of the stars, and all about the nocturnal things, that they were needed at court. Let the bozo come forward, and the Somo to whom Sundiata had given the monopoly of the water, and the boatmen of the Niger and the Gambia and the Senegal, and let the messengers to go on unto the Lake Chad beyond the upper mines of the Takata, where it is said that the men still built boats on the principles of the ancient Egyptians. Let me go to back to our book. This is crazy, bro. Like, for real, like, this is the most asinine thing to have to do in the world, is to sit here and break this stupid shit down because motherfuckers want to keep on lying on Mali and then misrepresenting sources, and they keep talking about who read what, when, where, how. You motherfuckers ain't read shit. So, on page 42, yeah, 42. Nope, my bad. We passed that. 40. 45. 45, he's using a quote that says something. The king turned his head away. Mali was strong enough, and his tribute goes all the way. Well, he's not using a quote. He's out going down. He only quotes the monopoly of the water. So we're looking for something that says the monopoly of the water, because he quotes it in his book. It says the monopoly of the water. And now that's that's dealing with Sundiata's, just dealing with what we got going on right here with the source I got on the screen. Okay. And he says it's supposed to be on page 79. We're on page 79. So we're going to scroll up to the beginning of this shit and we're going to walk it down. All right, Niani. After this great assembly, Sundiata stayed a few more days at Kaaba. For the people, these days of the festivity, for them, the Jata calls hundreds of oxen, yada, 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 slaughtered. So there's a sacrifice going on in the tribute. Soon Kaaba was full of people. Man, why they keep calling my phone, bro? Damn school. So this don't say anything about water. This top part. He has come and happiness has come. Sundiata is here and happiness is here. But it was a time to return to the native Mali. Sundiata assembled his army in the plain, and each people provided a contingent to accompany the Mansa to Nani. At Kaaba, all the people separated in friendship and enjoyed their newfound peace. Sundiata and his men had to cross the Niger in order to enter Old Mali. One might have thought that all the dugout canoes, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this shit one more time. This is how you know they ain't talking about no fucking Atlantic. One might have thought that all the dugout canoes, look up a dugout canoe, in the world had arranged to meet at the port of Kaaba. It was the dry season, and there was not much water in the river. The fishing tribe of Somono, to whom Jata had given the monopoly of water, there goes your quote. This is what I mean, a clear misrepresentation. This is why y'all do not want to deal with this shit, because the moment you make claims, you have to prove it. On page, one more time, 45 of Van Sertima's book. Let me pause right here. Let me stop right here. Let me take y'all back to Van Sertima's book. I wish I didn't have to do all of this back and forth so you can see it more clearly. Here is the source. This is the beginning of the paragraph. Right here. It comes all the way down to, we'll just stop it right here. Who is he quoting? What is he saying? The only thing that we see in quotes is the monopoly of water. Now, let me remind you what I just had on the screen. Y'all see that, right? This is out of Van Sertima's book. But he is only sourcing a piece of what Nani is saying in his epic about Sundiata, the Lion King. Because he is making his own fucking argument. He is not conceding to what this griot is saying in his work. And how the fuck does this have to do with Mansa Musa? So he says it here. One might have thought that all the dugout canoes. Let me get back to it. God damn it. I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing. When we talk about Mali, we can deal with it. This is why I said internal sources ain't talking about no motherfucking traveling across no Atlantic. Here we go. One might have thought that all the dugout canoes in the world had arranged to meet at the port of Kaaba. It was the dry season, and there was not much water in the river. Remember, listen to this. It's the dry season, and there's no water in the river. The fishing tribe of Somono, to whom the Jata had given the monopoly of the water, this is the quote. He quotes only this. So who did Jata give the monopoly of the water? To Somono. So who the fuck is the Somono? Listen to this. Were bent on expressing their thanks to the son of the Sogala. They put all their dugouts side by side across the Niger so that Sundiata sofas could cross without wetting their feet. They did all of that shit so they can bring his sofas across the water. When the whole army What does it say? Don't say Navy. When the whole army was on the other side of the river, Sundiata ordered great sacrifices. 100 oxen and 100 rams were sacrificed. It was thus that Sundiata thanked God on the return to Mali. The villages of Mali gave Maga Sundiata an unprecedented welcome. At normal times, a traveler on foot can cover the distance of the Kaaba to Nani with only 2 halts, but Soligan's son with his army took 3 days. The road to Mali from the river was flanked by a double human hedge. Flocking from every corner of Mali, all the inhabitants were resolved to see their savior from close up. The women of Mali tried to create a sensation, and they did not fail. At the entrance of each village, they had carpeted the road with multicolored pagnies so that Sundiata's horse would not so much as dirty its feet on entering their village. At the village exits, the children holding the leafy branches in their lanyards greeted Jata with cries of Wassa, Wassa, eh. Sundiata was the leading man. He had donned his costume of the hunting king, a plain smock, skin-tight trousers, and his bow slung across his back. At his side, Bala Fasiki was still wearing his festive garments gleaming with gold. Between Jata's general staff and the army, Sosobala had been placed amid his father's fetishes, but his hands were no longer tied. We just heard army mentioned again. Where the fuck is the Navy? This is my point. Here, we're referring to a key source in understanding Mali history and relying on this account was used. I don't understand why we're referring to this in the book, but the mere fact that all this shit has transpired, and the only thing that Ivan Van Sertima pulls out of this shit was a quote about the Samo tribe, the fishing tribe of Samono, where Sundiata had given the monopoly of water to them. That's it. So now we done made a clear indication we ain't heard shit about no Navy. We don't know nothing about no Navy at all. We can continue back on where we going. Yeah, bro. I don't know why you didn't get that. So we can skip this other part. We read it. Night and day, it was a talk of the court. The king himself was sometimes confounded by conflict tales and theories of advisors. Some said it was pointless to call out the experience of the river people. The sea to the west was no river. It did not behave like an inland lake or stream. One would have to build something truly massive to meet the monstrous moods. Rivercraft would simply be dashed to pieces. Look, there's an omission here. Rivercraft would simply be dashed to pieces. Others said that big ships sank more easily on stormy water than small ones. They set up too much resistance to the winds and waves. So there's a conflict here that is going on, and we don't know where this shit coming from. But this is Van Sertima's own book. He ain't quoting no goddamn body. He's saying this. Rivercraft would simply be dashed to pieces. So now you got to show me shipbuilding in Mali. Because all we know they had was dugout canoes. Y'all still ain't looked that shit up. I know y'all didn't, because y'all listening to me. Y'all still didn't look it up. So, because I know how y'all get down. I'm going to help y'all out. These are fucking dugout canoes. You telling me that they're crossing the Atlantic Ocean in this shit? In the same admission, he is sitting here saying that this shit would be destroyed. Man, the school is killing me. In the same admission, he's saying this shit will be destroyed in his own book. Look, rivercraft would simply be dashed to pieces. Now, let's move on. One man came forward from a fishing village on the western border of Mali. He lived on the edge of the sea. He said, there were seasons when it was still and smooth as a lake of glass. And the problem was not the winds and the waves at all, but the great calms. A big ship could sit on the water for days like a stone. Where the fuck did you get this at? Small boats like his had traveled on the ocean. You just told us that the motherfucking ships would be beat to pieces, but now you telling me that small boats like his had traveled on the ocean, and once caught in a storm, he had drifted for a few days until he came to an island. The king listened to this with great excitement, but the old man finished his story by saying that the island was a small and poor and barren as a sandbank, and that no one lived there. An Arab captain who had come up the Niger River to Timbuktu had heard of the king's great interest, said there was truth in the old man's tale, that he had heard of a similar island visit by North African sailors, but they also were small and poor, and the people who lived on some of them were simple-minded folk. Source number 10. What you got right here for source number 10? The islands on the edge of the Atlantic coast of Africa are given Arabic names and include in Geography of the World, published by Frankenstein Friar in 1350. For this reference, see Clements Markham, The Book of Knowledge. 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, The Book of Knowledge. And the author's name, Clements Markham. Ibon Mahir Nasir? Nope, that ain't it. That's some Arab shit. Let me put the dude name in here. The Book of Knowledge. Sir Clements Markham. Page 28, 1912. Hold on. Introduction. Page 6. Plate 12. Plate 16. Plate 22. All these damn images. 24. Morocco. All right. Page 28. Okay. Big screen. Share. Zoom. All right. So as you can see, it says something about Morocco. So what we're looking for is Van Sertima's attestation for source number 10 on page 45. I think it's the end of 45. 46. Yeah, 46. Where he says North African sailors, but they also were small and poor, and the people lived on a blah, 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 blah. So we're looking for some people sailing somewhere and getting to a small place, but it's supposed to be on page 28. So here we go. I departed from Kushia and entered Gazula, a fine province surrounded by lofty mountains. It was well supplied with provisions and water, but it is very cold. Know that it was in the place of the sunsets in the month of December, and owing to this, it is the cold summer, warm in the winter. The inhabitants never wanted to have a king, but they have a judge and very decent people. I left Gazula and went to the sea coast to the port called Zamatana, where is the Cape of the Na and the Western Sea. It is a desert land with bad, cruel people who live on shore. I went alongside the coast, always in the Panfilo, until I arrived at the Cape Sea of San Ben. All the coast was uninhabited there. So, inhabited there being neither a city nor town nor village. I went along the coastline, blah, 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 blah. So y'all remember, right, when we kept saying something about North African shipwreck stories and shit like that. People didn't want to listen, okay? People did not want to listen to that. So let's look it up. Cape of San Ben. Van Sertima using it, so we got to look it up. Not San Blas, bro. San Ben, bro. What the fuck? Port of Sabron. Okay. Port of Sabron. Look that up. Port of Sabron. Let me. I spell it right. Let me make sure. They got Samsung. I don't need no Samsung. S-A-U-B. Yeah. S-A-U. Nope. Sabron. This motherfucker ain't pulling up. Port of Sabron. Do we got a footnote? The Atlantic Isles were known as the Isles of Paradusa, Caribbean. Air geographers, the French send performing an account more Spanish and sorry about that mumbling. Okay, all right, okay. A galley used in the Middle Ages in the Mediterranean with one roar or oars, yada yada yada. Okay. Bordeaux, Senegal is there. The Atlantic Islands were known as the Isles of Paradas or de la Cardade, according to that. But that's not giving us that. Footnote 1 is giving us the Mediterranean. All right, so apparently this is something. Listen, so apparently this is referring to somewhere in the Mediterranean, according to the footnote of the source used by Van Sertima. Now I'm gonna run it back because I know y'all like, what the fuck? What is the relevance? So Van Sertima says on page 46, and we don't know how much of this on page 46 he used, but they're giving an example. It says a big ship sit on the waterways for days like a stone. Small boats like his had traveled the ocean, and once caught a storm had drifted a few days until he came to an island. The king listened to this with great excitement, but the old man finished his story by saying that the island was small and poor, as barren as a sandbank, and that no one lived there. And an Arab captain who had come up the Niger River to Timbuktu had heard the king's great interest, said that the truth in the old man's tale that he had heard similar islands visited by North African sailors, but they also were small and poor, and that the people who lived on some of them were simple-minded folk. And then he put citation 10. Simple-minded folk. So let's continue reading. I went along the coast at a very great distance, traversing uninhabited sand beaches until I arrived at the land of the Negroes. At the cape they called Bidar, where the king of the Guyanoa near the sea. This is how we know. He's referring to Senegal right here. There I found Moors and Jews. Know that from the Cape of Bidar to the river of Del Oro, there are 370 miles uninhabited land. So now this is how we got to do this shit. We just went from North Africa to now by Senegal. Supposedly there's Moors and Jews there. From this Cape, now we're looking up the Cape of Bidar. So now we got to look at footnote number 3, Bidar, Senegal. So that's how we know we're dealing with that. All right. Know that from the Cape of Bidar to the first island, the distance is 110 miles. I embarked in Lino with some Moors, and we arrived at the first island, which they called Grissa. Lino, Legend Wood, a generic name for all vessels. All right. Then we came to the island of Lancarot, and they gave it to the name because of the inhabitants killed at Genos at the name. Thence I went into another island called Benzamarine, and another called the Rashan. There is another Al Grenka, another Ugimar, and another Fort Ventura, another Canaria. I went on to another island called the Tenerife, and another called the island of Del Inferno. Where the fuck is he getting this shit? Not in two texts, same as Binarian. Mistakes of the copyists. Okay, so there's mistakes by the copyists. What is this also saying? Genos frequently them along with the Portuguese. Okay. The Atlantic Islands were known as the Isles. Let's look that up. The Isles Perdiz. I need that name. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see what he's talking about. This shit's in another language. Hold on. Gotta translate. Oh, this from that article. Okay. Translate to English. All right, so let me share. So it says the 20th and most mysterious islands in the world. Yeah, man. Let's see if we can find one that's off the coastline of Africa. So far, we ain't got shit. That's 20. So I don't know where these people are. In the text that we're currently reading that he's citing, he's got this particular quote from, and it looks like he only got this particular quote on the grounds in the sense of limiting it to uninhabited there. Uninhabited there being neither city, town, nor village. I went along the coastline a very great distance. So back to Van Sertima's work. See, this is what I mean. So y'all like, yeah. But once again, when you start cross-referencing what the fuck he's saying in his book, then now, oh, yeah. No, we told you he was on some North African sailor type shit, and he's using bad sources. Now, you just showed me that you went into the direction of North Africa and North African sailors. You ain't showed me nothing about these people in Mali talking about crossing the Atlantic. Oh, let's see. Great discussions arose as to what kind of ship should be built. Who's having this conversation and where's the fucking source? Who's having a conversation? We know the Canaries is off the coast. Right. We know the Canaries is off the coast. That's the only place that he could be talking about. I think that he could be talking. I wasn't looking in the chat, so I'm behind. So that could possibly be what he's talking about. But that ain't going, bro. That's not taking us nowhere. Because now we got to come to the Book of Knowledge by Markham again, and we can't even find a Book of Knowledge. And that's the problem that I have right there, because it's one of those outdated situations to where it's like out of print. But So far, we dealing with North Africans and that ship claiming shit. So others that should be dependent on the sail, and those could be starved for the days of the sea and the wind drops. The ship should be like the Dor La Tempe, the Bantu and the Arabs on the east. Africa were using the Indian Ocean, which is shipped from the sailors to oar and the oar to sails, so that it would have double the advantage of the wind and muscle power. How the fuck do they know this in the 14th century? They don't know nothing about shipping and oar. And I'm glad that this was used because it brings me back to my point about the shipping technology. Africans ain't paying attention to this shit. They ain't even a slight bit curious about no motherfucking sea travel. But let's continue. All that was needed, said one scholar, was the initial thrust. Which scholar says this? Where's the source? Birds were observed to fly for thousands of miles without getting tired. This was because they traveled on a moving stream or current in the air and could sleep with open wings, drifting with no muscular power across the lands of the world. He believed there were such streams and currents in the ocean. Al-Bukhari listened to all this, but took no chances. There would be no signal design, no one kind of boat. He would give his blessings to all seemed practical. He was not going to gamble on one man's theory and ignore the rest. He saw the configuration of his fleet like the political configuration of Mali. What fucking fleet? What fleet? We ain't got a single claim in the Malian Empire as it pertains to the people from Mali saying anything about a fleet. He saw the configuration of his fleet, the political configuration of Mali, as it stood upon, as the helm stood he, the central and unifying authority under him, the most diverse and incongruous crew of elements of the Sudanic deck of the world. So now we're in the Sudan. His fleet would be a mirror of his ship of state. A broad plan was chosen along the Senegambian seacoast of Mali for the great boat building operation. Where you get that shit from? Where that's from? In the Senegal and Gambia, there exists a number of megalithic sites in the form of stone circles. Other megalithic that ain't got nothing to do with what we got going on for source number 12. Where'd you get this claim about boat building? Where? Troops were drawn to the east, where there were skirmishes with the Songhai, and from the minor campaigns, the focus on the energies of this, the most ambitious of all the campaigns. Great trees from the inland forest were felled and floated down to the rivers. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, great trees from the inland forest were felled and floated down the rivers to the broader coast. Smiths, carpenters, captains of provisions, boats, along with Niger caravan guides who used the compass and nautical instruments to plot their paths across the sandy sea of the Sahara. Notice it says this: Smiths, carpenters, captains of provisions, boats along the Niger, caravan guides who used the compass and the nautical instruments. We ain't got a single nautical instrument in West Africa found that is back to the 1300s. Not a single nautical instrument. But here's the kicker: to plot their paths across the sandy sea of the Sahara. No ocean, the sandy sea of the Sahara. Magicians and diviners, thinkers from Timbuktu, grain and gold merchants, potters and potterers, weavers and jewelers were all assembled in a place. While the building of the boats progressed, a number of megaliths were erected. Crude stone observatories, such as ancient seafaring nations used for astronomical calculations, the ruins of which survive today as indicators of the signs of the time and the activities of that place. Source number 12, I told you. Source of the 12 is talking about a site that Ben has been to. This was in Senegal, where the megalith sites are formed, the stone circles. That ain't got shit to do with sea travel. That's all astronomy. We have the video on this channel. So what does the megaliths and all of that got to do with shipbuilding? There was none. If we go look at the so-called shipbuilding in fucking Senegal, all they building is the same shit that they was building elsewhere. Dugout canoes. There's no ships. Dugout canoes. The king specified that each boat built for the ocean voyages should be accompanied by or attached to a supply boat. Remember, we still trying to prove that they had a navy, which stored gold and other items in trade, along with the dried meat and the grain of preserved fruit and the huge ceramic jars and the last accompanying the master boat of the last 2 years, for times as long as the stocks of the trans-Saharan caravans from Cairo to Sudan. 200 master boats were built. Here we go, y'all. 200 master boats were built and 200 supply boats. Peep this. Source number 13. Ibn Fadel Allah El-Mari. We read his account the other day. Let me pull back up Al-Mari's book. Al-Mari ain't saying this slick shit you finna say. As the task neared completion, Al-Bukhari left his palace at Nani and encamped on a sea coast to watch the final stages of the operation. It was the scene an Egyptian pharaoh must have witnessed during the erection of the pyramid. He felt pride at the thought that he was probably the only king in the world at the time who was wealthy enough and enough at peace within his borders to divert such a vast labor force from its military agrarian duties to gratify his royal whim. He should go beyond Sundiata after all, beyond the wildest territorial ambitions of the Mali kings, and even beyond Alexander. Let me pause real quick. If Al-Bukhari was so sophisticated, the second was so sophisticated in erecting ships and them sailing across the Atlantic, why do we not have a great tale from a griot that tells us about this oceanic endeavor? Not one griot from Mali. We only have an Arab account of what was told to them in Cairo, Egypt by Mansa Musa. Why is that? And he says he would go beyond Sundiata after all for the widest territorial ambitions of Mali kings, even beyond Alexander, the mighty king of gold and silver, whose sun shone over the half the world. He called the captains on the other boats together and issued the order: do not return until you have reached the end of the ocean, or when you have exhausted your food and water. We finna come back to the video. They went away, and their absence was long enough, and came back, and their absence continued. Pause. It is still no naval presence in Mali. He has idiom. So, they went away in the absence was long, never came back, and continued. The king could not find peace. He was observed by the arrow and hurled it through across the spaces of the ocean. What lands would it strike? Where would it fall from its flight to the end of the unknown world? He could think of nothing else. He found no joy of his food, his wives, children, no comfort in his music or discourse with griots. He yawned and made impatient signs during important discussions or affairs of the state. He called the soothsayers. They could see nothing. It is too soon, Sultan, the old men said. But early that morning, before he entered the palace yard to hold audience on the court, he had a dream from which he woke trembling. In his dream, he saw hundreds of blackbirds drifting lazily across the sky. One of them, in the tail of a flock, began to fall. It fell clear out the sky and hit him like a gourd, which then cracked and spilled white froth and salt seawater. The other birds turned to a cloud in the distance and dissolved. He confided the dream to Coyote, who said it was an omen, and he would soon hear news. Was it good news or bad news? The king pressed him. Coyote was cautious. The drift of the birds was good news. The fall of the tail was bad. It could be seen both ways, he said. In the midst of his discussion about Jin, a commotion was heard outside the gates. The king arose from an obscure flicker of his instincts, half of a rose of Pempe. A murmur ran through the court. It was soon conveyed to Abukari that a captain on one of the ships was waiting outside the gates to have an audience. Let him take precedence, said the king, courtly dismissing the business in hand. Whereupon a man came forward, stressing the ritual of poor garments and a dirty skull cap. Holding his trousers knee-high as he approached the king's platform, he shuffled forward in an attitude to revert humility, knocking the ground with his elbows. Then, as he came to a few yards of the Pempe, stood up on the bowhead and waiting for the permissions to speak. The king forgot himself. He descended to the Pempe in one step. The captain to the boat, fearing his wrath, began to speak. Sultan, we sailed for a long while until we came to what seemed to be the river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. My ship was last. The others sailed on. But as they came to the place, they were pulled out of the sea and disappeared. All is lost then, said the king. I do not know, sire. I do not know what became of them. The waters there were strong and swift, and I was afraid. I turned where I was and did not enter the current. The king stared at him for a long while. The captain took a handful, yada, 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 yada. Ladies and gentlemen, moral of the story is we getting ready to hear about this great expedition. This news made Abukari II more fixed in his obsession, right? Some said it made him mad. We ain't got no, oh, by the way, we ain't got no source on the shit. We got a source right here, but this source is quoting only. I do not know, from this story, right? We can validate that because that's so-called in the fucking story. The news made Abukari II more fixed on his obsession. Some said it made him mad. Others, he abandoned Nani, journeyed in the greater market, part of his court to plan the western edge of Mali, where his first fleet would be fitted, and it had embarked. Like the pyramid builders of dynastic Egypt, he began to reorganize his old empire around a single massive project. All of that comes about. Peep game. Peep game. Word was sent out to the provincial governors and passed down to the Kontingi, the political chiefs of the villages, that all the gold and all the grain after the due deduction of the official services should be sent on to his camp in the Senegambian plain. We have no record of this ever occurring in Senegal, not even in the Gambia. Neither one of them are telling stories about an Abukari coming through the Senegal region or Gambian region and then embarking on ships across the Atlantic. We don't have a single source in Senegal, not a single source in the Gambia, supporting Abukari coming through that area and embarking on a journey across the sea. Not even the first 200 that was sent. But still, we don't show a navy. Remember, Tahuti said that Mali had a navy. Where, nigga? What was the naval presence? We ain't even got the ships that supposedly were bigger than dugout boats. We ain't even got an example of that. We have it not in their arts and crafts, nothing. We don't have none of that. We ain't even got an origin story on how that shit came to be. A vast army of craftsmen drafting the planners and the workers of his first exhibition was assembled on the plain. Caravans which came from Nali, in which appeared of the army and a royal family and his vast retinue. The drummers, the bolgers, and the medicine men are all gone. Paired men and women being chosen for the new expedition, and fears expressing the king and his madness would sacrifice hundreds of his subjects to the devils of the dark sea. Abukari II never looked back. He never returned to the court of Nani. This time he had a special boat, y'all, built for himself. with the Pompey in the foredeck, shaded by the bird emblazoned parasail. Where is this at? See, this the bullshit that I'm talking about. They didn't know nothing about parasails. They knew nothing about compasses. They don't have no nocturnal compasses. They ain't even got the piece of technology that would send them in the east and the west. They don't know shit about the fucking boats in the 1300s at all. All they were riding in was dugout canoes. So let's continue. He would commandeer the new expedition himself, keeping in touch with the captains of the fleet by the means of the talking drum. Thus, in 1311, conferred the power of the regency to his brother Kankan Musa. Here we go. So now you're going to get a power to Musa, right? On the understanding that Kankan was to assume the throne if, after a reasonable lapse of time, the king did not return. Then one day, dressed in a flowing white robe and a jeweled turban, he took leave of Mali and set out with his fleet down to Senegal, heading west across the Atlantic, never to return. He took his griot and have his history with him. Ain't that about a bitch? So you ain't got your griot. He gone with you, right? That's what you say. Half your history. So everybody else that was participating in this shit, no one has this story. No one. This is what it said in chapter 3. That is the complete chapter 3. Tell me, anybody in the chat that's listening to anything that I fucking said, and what up Gullah? Did I say anything about a naval presence in the Malian Empire? Who heard Navy come up once? It ain't no naval presence because it's irrelevant. So now your griot is gone with you, half your history is gone with you, and you finna try to make us believe that no one else knew anything or said anything to any fucking body? Give me a second, bro. I'm looking for my goddamn chapter that I wrote in part 3, man. This is crazy, bro. It's like the craziest shit ever. And I probably deleted the fuck out of this shit when I get mad one day. Let me do this. Mali sources, Ben's work. Chapter 5, Mandinga theory. Transaham. Djembe. Spears of the Masse. Hold on 1 second. That's a big ass book. I need volume 3. Volume 3 is what I need. Spears of the Master. Which book is this? That's the comprehension book. Bro, I can't believe this. I think I did this by accident. I got the book somewhere. I know I had to send it to Kofi. I'll check my email in a minute. But I'm chapter, nope, that's Marvin shit. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Sent. Spears. We are the Spears of Victory. That's 4. Columbus. That was to Kofi. Sent to Kofi. Chapters, Leo Weiner book, missing sources, my edits. Well, y'all better hope I don't find this version of my shit. I'm gonna go to work on this. Let up and down, Reggie. I just don't want to read from the book. I want to try to grab something I can put on the screen. Now, I know I sent it to Kofi, and he got it, but I can't believe it. I ain't got it. What did I get mad and delete? I don't even think I got mad. I was clearing space, Harlem Renaissance, the coming of Islam. I even got that. Can Musa, where the fuck you at, boy? Hold on 1 second, y'all. I appreciate y'all patience, but I gotta have this. I gotta look for this. Let me see if Musa name come up. Musa. What is this? The coming of Islam. Spears of the Masi. Allah beer. What is this? That ain't Musa. Spears of the Masi Historical Survey, African Warrior Scholars, yada yada yada. Oh. All right, real quick, because I can't find a PDF version. I think I killed it. And now I'm pissed off. It's all good because it's written in a book. And it's probably on something else. All right, so let me get to something real quick. In my book on page 235 on Spiritual Combat, Volume 3 of our the Historical Survey of the Minds of African Warrior Scholars, it says, here lies the purpose of this chapter and our ability to come to an honest conclusion regarding 2 historical accounts of Mansa Musa. We will use high qualified primary and secondary sources to help us understand more about who Can Musa is, how he inherited the throne, mentions of his mother, elaborate on al-Bukhari II, the man or the myths, Musa's wealth, and his famous Hajj to Mecca. My purpose is not to rewrite history, but advance knowledge and correct some misinterpretations about Can Musa and the questionable accounts that do exist regarding him. Some African-centered scholars, as well as others, only focus on the greatness of Mansa Musa and hold certain accounts of high regard without properly assessing all the data. We have always wanted to feel so good about our history, so much so that we have made some mistakes misinterpreting the data by relying on the bias of our color and not the actual evidence that stared us in the face. When we review the available sources related to the topic of this conversation, we have to rely heavily on external sources. It seems these scholars, all Arabic, take different paths in relaying information they either recorded themselves or retrieved from eyewitnesses possibly. A small amount of the contemporary material of the history of the Empire of Mali in the 14th century has been preserved in the Arabic, particularly by historians Khaldun and Battuti, and the geography of al-Umari. On the basis of their works, a certain chronology can be established. Some later reflections of the same period, as preserved in the popular memory, have been recorded in the 16th and 17th century histories of Muhammad Khadi, supplemented by one of the grandsons of al-Saidi. Most of the remaining written a little to scant information furnished by these authors. From the 15th century, scattered references of Mali are found in the writings of the Portuguese adventurers Leo Africanus and a few kind remarks of the bestial Mali of the 16th century, but the late 13th and 14th centuries remain the best documented period of Mali's history, thanks primarily to the efforts of Khaldun. The three most important Arabic sources for the Empire of Mali at its height are al-Umari, Battuti, and Khaldun. These authors all had good opportunities to collect information on this remote empire. So who was Kankan Musa? Musa was the first sultan to rule Songhai. He was just a pious man, whom none of the other sultans of Mali equaled in such quantities. Not much of his childhood was mentioned. His mother is confirmed by Ibn Kathir's contemporary Ba al-Din Halabir, who describes him as a young man, brown-skinned, with a pleasant face and handsome appearance. Outside of that, it is said that it could be possible that Musa's possibly left out gaps referring to his youth. Gomez states Musa's youth may be an indicative of developments he leaves out as his narrative. If too young, he would have required a regent, which may explain the 12-year gap between his taking the throne and his advent in Cairo. On the other hand, if he had not in fact been designated the heir apparent, the period may have been one in contestation. Kankan, as is clear from what follows, was the name of his mother, which means that the name Kankan Musa would signify Musa, son of Kankan. His mother's known to us because she was an indigenous woman, although some say that she was of Arab origin. She was of Arab origin, some say. My bad, I can't put this on the screen. His mother is known to us because of that reason. Now, the reason why Kankan Musa made the Hajj to Mecca was recounted to me as followed by the Talib Muhammad Kamar, God have mercy upon him, who was thoroughly steeped in the traditions of the ancients. The Mali Khor Kankan Musa, I was told, experienced terrible pain and extreme remorse later in his life because he had accidentally killed his mother, Nana Kankan. Fearing punishment for his faults, he gave away enormous sums of money throughout his life, both in the alms and on behalf of those who fasted. On the other ulamas of his time, to whom he had asked to receive pardon for his horrible crime, told him, "It is my opinion that you seek refuge near the messenger of God. You must hasten to be near him and place yourself under his protection. Pray that he will intercede with God on the behalf, and that God will accept his intercession. That is my advice." That very day, Kankan Musa decided that he would put his plan into motion, accepting all insurance financial obligations and immediately making preparations for his journey. So it seems that Musa's motivation for his Hajj stems from his pain and inability to deal with his accidental death of his mother, which drove him to the way to pay his debts and riches to the rest of the world or those who he encountered. In Mandi, Nana Kankan means grandmother Kankan or Madam Kankan, Nana being a term of respect often preceding the name of noble or elderly woman. Gomez states Kankan is more likely to be Kanku, a female Mandi name, so the Kankan Musa would literally mean Musa, the son of Kanku. Outside of Muhammad Kumar, who is cited in the Tariq al-Fatish, I have yet to find another source to authenticate the accidental death of his Nana. However, Gomez possesses a great point about Musa's conversation in Cairo about the death of his mother and how it went unmentioned, what initially was the purpose of his reason for the Hajj. It is noteworthy that the story of Musa's accidentally killing a maternal royal figure was never told in Cairo during the pilgrimage, when and where so many other stories about him were generated. Yes, none of the stories is generated in Mali. They all are generated outside of Mali, among them damn Arabs. It would have been difficult for him to explain it there, but its surfacing several centuries later demonstrates it as well remembered within West Africa itself. See, the people internally know that Musa killed his mama. They also know that Musa usurped himself into kinship, and that is how he came to power. But for some apparent reason, we got this fictitious mythological story with no evidence provided to us in the arms of they came before Columbus, draped in the parasails of a fake ass naval presence that somebody wanted to argue and claim in the book they came before Columbus. So Abukari II has been used in many sources throughout the years, but when we study the Malians' kings list, the name does not precede Mansa Musa. I showed y'all earlier that the name does not precede Mansa Musa. So how did this name creep into the history books of the ancestors like Ivan van Sertima and the likes? This is in my book. My educated guess would be that the Russian Jew by the name of Leo Wiener retrieved it by way of mistranslation, and somehow early African scholars accepted it by virtue and allowed for the name to continue to circulate. This name is essential because it helps us understand just exactly how Kankan Musa ascended to the throne. This is me. I'm writing. When Mansa Musa was speaking to the Arab governor of Cairo, Ibn Emir Hajib, he does not mention anyone by name. He only refers to this person as the king. In Cairo, Mansa Musa is speaking for himself. So we can only refer to the king's list for clarity on who reigned prior to the rule. According to Khaldun, Q succeeds Sakaru, followed by his own son, Muhammad B. Q, with Q represented as either a son or a grandson of Sundiata. Q is referred to as Gayo in the oral traditions, and as alleged son of Sundiata, the thorny issue of the fictive arrangement looms here. Assuming Sakaru was actually in office and Mansa Musa succeeds in 1312, which is, they use 712 as their calendar year, but 1312 to us, the time Q and his son Muhammad's collective reigns would have been brief. Even so, Ibn Khaldun's apparent lack of interest in them is curious if not stunning. Given Al-Umari's account of the critical projects during their joint tenure and its relationship to Mansa Musa's meteoric rise, Q's assumption of power would signal the end of a contestation of the succession by the Dunson Torm, Hunter societies. See, this is what people don't know. So I'm about to break this shit down for y'all last one more time for the one time. Q's assumption of power would signal the end of further contestation of the succession by the Dunson Tum, that is the Hunter societies, as the throne would be occupied by individuals related to Sundiata for many years to come. The apparent diminution in the Hunter's influence was inversely proportionate to a new variable in the calculus of the Malian political power and the success, the growing influence of the merchants and the religious elites from North Africa and the Central Islamic lands. Now, from there, things began to get a little more murky because of our only source of the king's list of Mali is Ibn Khaldun. He presents Mansa Musa as the son of Manding Bukhari or Manding Bori al-Bukhari I, Sundiata's younger brother, as does the Syrian historian of Mamluk period, Kathir, Ibn Kathir, referring to him as al-Malik al-Sharif Musa b al-Bakr, or the king, the sublime Musa, son of al-Bakr. Ibn Kathir rendering is based on information garnered during Musa's stay in Cairo, which means Musa represented himself as Manding Bakari's son while there, whereas certain of the traditions state Musa was actually the grandson of Manding Bakari through son Fagale. Whether the son or grandson, power clearly shifts within the royalist camp from who's claiming to be the direct descendants of Sanjata to those claiming descent from Manding Bakari. This could have been one result of Sakaru's mighty reign rupturing the fractious negotiations of power between hunters and royalists. I ain't even gotta go too much more further than that, man, because I already wrote this shit to argue, and I just been waiting on a motherfucker that want to just really get into the ring and deal with this on a scholastic level, because the questions that I propose in my book and the information that I've collected over the years, along with other source critiqued information that provided me the insight to look at this shit from a different perspective and challenge the likes of Ivan Van Sertima, Runoko Rashidi, and all you blackologists out there on this simple matter. Did we come before Columbus? And the answer is bullshit. Bullshit. We ain't come before no fucking Columbus. We didn't have a navy. We didn't even have the technology to build ships. So if we're using Van Sertima's work to mean anything, Chapter 3 did not oblige our interests. Chapter 3 didn't oblige the knowledge of advancing the subject matter if Mali had a fucking navy. Chapter 3 only stated in the whole argument of chapter 3, nothing. It didn't get till the end of chapter 3 where it talks about sending motherfuckers to the Atlantic. It never talked about a naval presence in any waterways. It didn't talk about controlling trade or any other business deal at all. So how the fuck would you render chapter 3 to me, Tahuti, and say in Van Sertima's book, he argues it in chapter 3 that there was a navy? The fuck out of here, there was a navy, nigga. He's saying that they built the goddamn ships to travel across the Atlantic. That's not building a navy. A navy defends and controls. Where's the trade in the waterways? What interest do the Empire of Mali have to do with the goddamn Atlantic when they wouldn't even send fucking ships or canoes or any fucking thing to North Africa and deal with the Mediterranean Sea? They knew about the Mediterranean Sea the entire time, yet they had zero presence in the Mediterranean. You know why they had zero presence in the Mediterranean? Because them goddamn Berbers and them Europeans over there will fuck them the fuck up and enslave they motherfucking ass. So how in the hell do we build some goddamn ships to cross the Atlantic without the technology that Van Sertima claimed that is in full effect? The best information we have are dug out canoes built from Senegal on through. We ain't even got people in the center of Mali building anything worth of a ship because them motherfuckers needed camels. They were trying to cross the Sahara. They were in the middle of trade. They were the fucking utopia for trade, the epic center of the fucking trade network. All salt, all gold, all other commerce came through Mali. Why the fuck am I crossing the sea? What the fuck am I looking for? He ain't gave us provided a single source that was supposed that. So that brings me back to Batuti. which is one of the sayers, right? He's supposed to be one of the people, right? The Negroes are of all people the most submissive to their king and the most abject in their behavior before him. They swear by his name, saying Mansa Suleiman Key. If he summons any of them while he is holding an audience in his pavilion, the person summoned takes off his clothes and puts on worn garments, removes his turban, and dons a dirty skull cap. Then enters his garments and trousers raised knee high. He goes forward in an attitude of humility and dejection and knocks the ground hard with his elbows. Then he stands with bowed head and sent back and listens to what he says. If anyone addresses the king and receives a reply from him, he uncovers his back and throws dust over his head and back for all the world like a heather splashing himself with water. I used to wonder how it was they did not blind themselves. If the Sultan delivers any remarks during his audience, those present take off their turbans and put them down and listens in silence to what he says. Sometimes one of them stands up before him and recalls his deeds in the Sultan's services, saying, I did so and so on such day, or I killed so and so on such day. Those who have acknowledged this confirm his words, which they be plucking the cord of bow and releasing it with a twang, just as an archer does, then shooting an arrow. If the Sultan says truly spoken or thanks him, he removes his clothes and dusts. That is their idea of good manners. Ibn Jazay adds, I have been told that when the pilgrim Musa al-Wajarid, the Mandingo, came to our master Abdul Hassan as envoy from Mansa Suleiman, one of his sweet carriers with him a basket full of dust when he entered the noble audience hall. And then the envoy dusted whenever our master spoke or gracious words to him. Excuse me, just as he would do in his own country. This is coming from Van Sertima, uses 326 to 330. So we're reading this shit because we want to hit his bullshit the way that Van Sertima says he heard it. We're going to see if this is what Batuti says. I was at Mali during 2 festivals of sacrifice and fast breaking. On these days, the Sultan takes his seat on the Pompeii after mid-afternoon prayer. The armor bearers bring in magnificent arms and quivers of gold and silver, swans, ornaments and golden scabbards, gold and silver laces and crystal maces. At his head stand 4 emirs, driving off the flies and having in their hands the silver ornaments resembling saddle stirrups. The commanders, the Cadi, and the preacher sit in the usual places. The interpreter, the Duga, comes with 4 of his wives and his slave girls, who are about 100 in number. They were wearing beautiful robes, and on their heads they gave gold and silver fillets with gold and silver balls attached. A chair is in place of the Duga to sit on. He plays on the instrument made of the reeds with some of the small calabashes and its lower end in the chants of the poem in the praise of the Sultan, recalling his battles and the deeds of a velour. The women and the girls sing along with him and play with the bowls. Accompanying them are about 30 youths, wearing red and woolen tunics and white skull caps. Each of them has his drum slung from his shoulders and his beats it. Afterwards, come his boy pupils, who play in tune wheels in the air like the natives of Sind. They show a marvelous nimbleness and agility in these exercises and plays most clearly with the swords. The Duga also make a fine play with the sword. Thereupon the Sultan orders in the gift from the president of the Duga, and he's given a purse containing 200 mithals of gold dust, and is performed of the contents of the purpose before all the people. The commanders rise and twang their elbows in a thanks to the Sultan. The next day, each of one of these gives Duga a gift. None of this is in Van Sertima's book, but hey, this is what he said he's quoting, page 326 to 330. Dugas to give every man according to his rank. Every Friday after the end of prayer, Duga carries out a similar ceremony to this that we have described. Let's zoom back in. On feast days, after Duga had finished his display, the poets come in. Each of them is ensured a figure resembling a thrush, made of the feathers and provided a wooden head with a red beak to look at like the thrush head. They stand in the front of the Sultan in a ridiculous makeup and they recite their poems. I was told that the pottery is a kind of ceremonializing in which they say to the Sultan, this Pempi, which you accompany, was that whereon sat as the king and that of the king, such and such, where this one's noble actions as such and such the others. So, do you two do good deeds whose memory will outlive you? After the chief of the pox mounts on the steps of the Pempi and lays his head on the Sultan's lap, then climbs to the top of the Pempi and lays his head on the first of the Sultan's right shoulder and then on the left, speaking all the while in their tongue, and finally he comes down again. I was told that this practice is a very old custom among them and prior to the introduction of Islam, and that they have kept it up. The Negroes dislike Mansa Suleiman because of his avarice. His predecessors was Mansa Maga, and before him reigned Mansa Musa, a generous and virtuous prince who loved the whites and made gifts to them. It was he who gave Abu Ishaq al-Sahil 4,000 mithals in the course of a single day. I heard from a trustworthy source that he gave 3,000 mithals on one day to Mumrik ibn Fakis, by whose grandfather, his own grandfather, Sarijata, had been converted to Islam. The Negroes possess some admirable qualities. They are seldom unjust and have a greater adherence in justice than any other people. Their sultan shows no mercy to anyone who is guilty or at the least of an act of it. There is a complete security in their country. Neither traveler nor inhabitant in anything to the fear of the robbers of men violence. They do not confiscate the property of any white man who dies in their country, even if it be uncounted wealth. On the contrary, they give it to the charge of a sum of the trustworthy person among the whites until the rightful hire takes possession of it. They are careful to observe the hours of prayer and the assiduous in attending them in congregation and in bringing up their children to them. On Fridays, if a man does not go early to the mosque, he cannot find a corner to pray in on account of the crowd. It is a custom of theirs to send each man his boy to the mosque with his prayer mat, and the boy spreads it out for his master in a place befitting him and remains on it until he comes to the mosque. Their prayer mats are made of 2 leaves of tree resembling a date palm, but without fruit. Another of their good qualities is their habit of wearing clean white garments on Fridays. Even if a man has nothing but an old worn shirt, he washes it and cleans it and wears it on Friday service. Yet another in their zeal is the learning of the Quran by heart. They put their children in chains if they show any backwardness in mesmerizing it, and they are not set free until they have it by heart. I visited the Cadi in his house on the day of the festival. His children were chained up, so I said to him, "Will you not let them loose?" He replied, "I shall not do so until they have learned the Quran by heart." Among their bad qualities are the following. The women servant slave girls and the young girls go about in front of everyone naked without a stitch of clothing on them. This is Batuti's account. No matter how you want to put this shit, no matter how wrong he might be, did what he said. They go butt naked. Women go on the Sultan's presence naked and without covering. His daughters also go about naked. Then there is their custom of putting dust and ashes on their heads as a mark of respect, and the grotesque ceremonies we have described with the poets recite their verses. Another reprehensible practice among the many of them is the eating of the carrion dogs and asses. This is that motherfucker Batsuti. The date of the arrival of Mali was the 14th, Jumada the 1st, 753. Remember I said that they use a different calendar, but they're saying June 28, 1352. And of my departure, it was the 22nd Muharram of the year of the 54. I was accompanied by a merchant called Al-Bakari ibn Yaqub. We took the Mima road. I had a camel which I was riding because horses are expensive, and cost 100 menthols each. We came to a wide channel which flows out of the Nile and can only be crossed in boats. The place is infested with mosquitoes, and no one can pass that way except by night. We reached the channel 3 or 4 hours after nightfall on a moonlit night. On reaching it, I saw 17 beasts with enormous bodies and marveled at them, taking them to be elephants, of which there are many in that country. Afterwards, I saw that they have gone into the river. So I said to Abakar, "What kind of animals are these?" He replied, "They are hippopotami, which have come out of the pasture ashore. They are bulkier than horses, have manes and tails, and their heads are like horses' heads, but their feet like elephants' feet. I saw these hippopotami again when we sailed down the Nile from Timbuktu to Galgal. Remember, they call the Niger River the Nile. I have a presentation on that shit where they also called it the Nile. The men in the boat were afraid of them and kept close to the bank, and the hippopotami should sink them. They have a cunning method of catching these hippopotami. They use spears with a hole bored in them, through which strong cords are passed. The spear is thrown at one of the animals, and if it strikes a leg, the neck, and the neck, it goes right through it. Then they pull up the rope until the beast is about to the bank, kill it, and then eat the flesh. Along the bank, there are quantities of hippopotamus bones. That is more than Van Sertima used in chapter 3 of his book. Even in Batuti's account, and what we heard from Van Sertima, when he is referring to Batuti, it ain't saying the same shit at all. So let's continue. We halted near this channel at a very large, which is the governor of the Negro, pilgrim, and a man of fine character, Fabi Maga. He was one of the Negroes who made the pilgrimage in the company of Sud Mansa Musa. Farbar Maga told me that when Mansa Musa came to his channel, he had with him a Cadi, a white man. This Cadi's attempt to make away with 4,000 menthols, and the Sultan, on learning of it, was enraged at him and exiled him to the country of the heathen cannibals. He lived among them for 4 years, at the end of which the Sultan sent him back to his own country. The reason why the heathens did not eat him was that he was white. For they say that the white is a digestible because he is not ripe, whereas the black man is ripe in their opinion. This is the other attestation that people use to show you the prejudice and disrespect of Batuti on how he saw people and how he relied on them. This account even shows up in Leo Africanus' view, as Leo Africanus is also said to be one of those travelers who never went into West Africa, specifically Mali, and didn't deal with them people in the South, and therefore he gets his account from Batuti's account, but using it as his own in his works. See, there's a lot of shit y'all don't know. That's why if you ain't reading the Spears of the Masi volumes, when I did the one on Balad al-Budan, I showed in that book Leo Africanus' accounts and how he talked disrespectfully about black people and shit. But y'all ain't even trying to hear none of that. I'm just reading a little bit more how Batuti was putting shit down. But I'm going to stop right there because I want to go back to another point where I had up earlier. And I need to share this other screen because I need to make this point known. And I got to stress this shit. Yeah, that's what he said, bro. That's what he said. For sure, sure. And I don't know what you talking about, Mika. Your ass in the chat, sit there and be quiet and learn something. Wagwan. Let me get my other window up. So I'm gonna go back to Nani real quick. Read this whole shit, bro, and you tell me if you find a Navy in here at all. We read some of this. All right, here we go. Let me get right here. Sundiata had left his brother Manding Bore at Bagadu Jaleba on the river. He was Sundiata's Kankura Sigu, that is to say, viceroy. Manding Bora had looked after all the conquered countries. When reconstruction of the capital was finished, he went to the wage of war in the south in order to frighten the forest people. He received an embassy from the country of Sangaron, where a few Kandi clans had settled, and although these latter had not been represented, the Korakan Fagun, Sundiata, granted his alliance, and they were placed on the same footing as the Kandis of the land of Du. After a year, Sundiata held a new assembly at Nani, but this one was the assembly of the dignitaries and the kings of the empire. The kings and the notables of the tribes came to Nani. The kings spoke of their admiration, and the dignitaries talked of their kings. Fokoli, the nephew of Samoro, having proved himself too independent, had to flee to evade Mansa's anger. His lands were confiscated, and the taxes of the Soso were paid directly into the granaries of the Nani. In this way, every year, Sundiata gathered about him all the kings and the notables, so the justice prevailed everywhere. For the kings were afraid of being denounced at Nani. Let me pause real quick. Why the fuck did I come back to Sundiata? Because this is the most decorated shit wrote about in the history of Mali. He's got many different epics written by different griots. And this is this griot telling the story about Sundiata, but ain't none of this shit that's being referred to saying anything about like Navy. They do say army because they had an army. They don't refer to any of that shit. They don't refer to sea travel, none of that fucking shit. Look at this. The griots, fine talkers that they were, used to boast Nani and Mali, saying, if you want salt, go to Nani, for Nani is the campaigning place of the Sahel caravans. If you want gold, go to Nani, for Boru, Bambagu, and Wagadu work for Nani. If you want fine clothes, go to Nani, for Mecca Road passes by Nani. If you want fish, go to Nani, for it is there that the fishermen of the Matu and Jin come to sell their catches. If you want meat, go to Nani, the country of the great hunters and the land of the ox and sheep. If you want to see an army, go to Nani, for if there that the united forces of Mali are to be found. One more time. If you want to see an army, go to Nani, for it there that the united forces of Mali are to be found. Ain't in no goddamn sea. If you want to see a great king, you go to Nani, for it is there that the son of the Sogolon lives, the man with two names, the Lion King. Sundiata. We want all that black power, African centric smoke on Mansa Musa. I want it all. I want all the smoke. All of it. Whoever you are, wherever you are, I want it. You think that our black ass ancestors came across that ocean before Columbus, nigga, bring it. Who had a navy? If you think Mali had a navy, prove it. Prove it. I'm going to pull out this griot. I'm going to pull out the other griots. I'm going to go back into my West African history books. I'm going to pull out the motherfucking technology in the 13th and 14th century. And I'm going to show you how that shit wasn't existent and to crosswind sail across the Atlantic until the 15th century. And I'm going to show you all of that shit. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk the goddamn science as it pertains to DNA. I want all the smoke. You think our black ass has been in the Americas, motherfucker. You ain't read shit. JJ, you new age, you don't know shit about Africa. Dr. Mahat knows nothing about fucking Mali history. She just recently, not only a few years ago, got acclimated to the Cameroon and went amongst the people and traveled there and got amongst her people who she descends from. But as far as West African history, that's not a vital focus. That's not a knock on her. That doesn't belittle her or anything like that. But when it come to goddamn Al-Bukhari story and all this other shit that's fabricated by Van Sertima, bullshit. She ain't on that type tab. No disrespect. Disrespectfully, no disrespect. We're going to go to the UNESCO Volume 3 and deal with specific parts of that to show you the trade routes and the other mentions of motherfuckers being scared of the Atlantic. No, we didn't like that Atlantic. What we need the Atlantic for when all the resources coming through West Africa? West Africa dealt with South, Central, East, and North because of trade. East Africa needed salt. Central Africa needed salt. South Africa needed salt. North Africa needed salt. Northeast Africa needed salt. And people outside of them wanted salt. Who had the salt? The West side had the salt. And we locked that shit down just like that. And the gold. I ain't even mentioned the gold. And the gold. But the salt was worth more than the gold. After him, many kings and many masters reigned over Mali, and other towns sprang up and disappeared. Hajj Mansa Musa of illustrious memory, beloved of the god, built houses of Mecca for pilgrims coming from Mali, but the towns of which founded have all disappeared. Karina, Bora, Korno, nothing more remains of these towns. Other kings carried Mali far beyond Jata's frontiers, for example, Mansa Samaka and Fadima Musa. But none of them came near Jata. None of them came near Jata. Magun Sundiata was unique in his own time. No one equaled him, and after him, no one had the ambition to surpass him. He left his mark on Mali for an all time, and those taboos still guide men in their conduct. Mali is eternal. To convince yourself of what I have said, to go on to Mali, at Tigan, you will find the forest dear to Sundiata. There you will see Fokoli Korming's plastron. Go to Kakorani near Nasolo, and you will see the tree which commemorates Sundiata's passing through these parts. Go to the Pakamuna near the Niger, and you will see some more Balafun, the Balafun which is called the Balagotiri. Go to the Kabul, and you will see the clearing of the Karakun Fagun, where the great assembly took place, which gave Sundiata's empire its constitution. Go to the Krina near the Kaaba, and you will see the bird that foretold the end of the Samaru at the Kili near the Kaaba. You will find the royal drums belonging to the Jolo Fiend Mansa, king of Senegal, whom Jata defeated. But never try and wrench the piece of the mystery which Mali hides from you. Do not go and disturb the spirits in their eternal rest. Do not ever go into the dead cities to question the past, for the spirits never forgive. Do not seek to know what is not to be known. Men of today have small you are besides your ancestors, and small in mind too, for you have trouble in grasping the meaning of my words. Sundiata rests near Nani, but his spirit lives on, and today the Kitas still come and bow before the stone under which lies the father of Mali. They don't say none of that shit about Mansa Musa. None of them. And yeah, Kanem Barnu definitely was running Central. But all that shit come through Mali. I don't want to hear nothing nobody says. Bring your best work and we'll see why he didn't do this. Listen, Van Sertima did not even use this source. He used two pieces. A quote that's in the fucking introduction, which I'm gonna go back to. A quote in the fucking introduction, And then on page 79, where he makes this assertive claim of a small piece of the Soso in the Soso region or the area over there, but well, not the Soso, but Suleiman, if I'm saying it right, in a particular region that was beneficiary to dealing with Sundiata, giving them thanks for their little work along the Niger. I don't know what's up with y'all. Let me find my let me find a little quote real quick. Bloop, bloop. Y'all can still see the screen, right? We are. Oh. There you go. I am a griot. It is I, Jele, Mamadou, Kaita, son of the Bintu Kaita, and the Jele, Kedin Kaita, master in the art of the eloquence. Since time immemorial, the Kaitas have been in the service of the Kita princes of Mali. We are the vessels of speech. We are the repositories which harbor secrets many centuries old. The art of eloquence has no secrets for us. Without the names of the kings and would vanish into oblivion. We are the memory of the mankind. By the spoken word, we bring to life the deeds and the exploits of kings for the younger generation. I derive my knowledge from my father, Jele Kidian, who also got it from his father. The history holds no mystery for us. We teach to the vulgar just as much as we want to teach to them, for it is we who keep the keys to the 12 doors of Mali. Fuck out of here. Running around here trying to tell me that somebody said that we had a navy. Mali ain't had no navy. Somebody said that West Africans built ships and traveled to the Americas before Columbus. That ain't true. We ain't got no goddamn evidence of that. The only information that we have that has anything to do with maritime travel regarding the Atlantic Ocean comes from two Arabs. And they got that shit coming from Arabs in Cairo, who was told this shit by Mansa Musa. That myth is never uttered internally by the Jele, and I have professed and asked for primary information, or even the Jele. Find me an epic told about Mansa Musa. The Epic of Mansa Musa. Find it. Someone find the fucking Epic of Mansa Musa by a Jele. Please. Please. When you do, then we can argue. But you running around here telling me that we had fucking boats and shit, man, I'm not listening to now another motherfucker on the face of this planet talking about West Africans had boats. You stupid motherfuckers, y'all don't know shit. Give me a second, because I want to do this shit right. All right, let's do this shit the way we like to do it.
Rebuttal ruled for 25 years. A great deal of information about their kings, which I wrote down. He told me I've been Khadija Akuma.
No. My bad. Let's do it like G's. And this how we gonna ride out, then we gonna open the panel up. I don't give a fuck how long I've been on. Y'all ready? Here we go.
All right,
My bad.
ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the documented evidence of Mansa Musa with no additions, meaning nothing added to any of the stories. We're going to read the actual documents from the sources and let the documents do all of the talking. After reading each source, I'm going to make a quick observation and then move forward. If you have any questions, just let me know and we can go into detail. The sources include Al Saidi, the Katie family, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Battuta, and Al Umari. This is very text heavy, so without any more delay, let's jump right in. Observation. Sultan Kankan Musa was the first sultan to rule Songhai. He was a just and pious man, whom none of the Ultan sultans of Mali equaled in such qualities. He made the pilgrimage to the sacred house of God, departing God knows best in the early years of the 8th century. He set off in great pomp with a large party, including 60,000 soldiers and 500 slaves, who ran in front of him as he rode. Each of the slaves bore in his hand a wand fashioned from 500 mythicals of gold. He took the route through Relata, which is in the upper lands, and through the location of Tuwait. Many of his party stayed behind in Tuwait because of foot ailments, which befell them on the journey, and settled there. The foot ailment was called Tuwait in their language, and so the place was named after it. Now, you know those numbers are impossible. Logistically speaking, they're just sure impossible for you to have that many people and that many animals to go across the desert at the exact same time. This is just a case of exaggeration. I'm not going to do this the whole time, but it's just clear exaggeration. The Easterners who chronicled his visit were astonished at how mighty a ruler he was. However, they did not characterize him as generous or open handed, since despite the great size of his kingdom, he gave out no more than 20,000 methkals of gold as charity at the two holy places, compared with the 100,000 methkals which Askia al Hajj Muhammad had donated. After he went on pilgrimage, the Songhai folks submitted to his authority. On his return journey, he followed a route which passed through their territory, and he built a mosque and a prayer niche outside the town of Gia. Celebrating the Friday prayer therein, as was his custom in every town where he spent a Friday. The mosque is still there to this day. Upon reaching Timbuktu, he took possession of it. He was the first ruler to do so and left one of his lieutenants behind there. Kankan Musa also built a palace in Timbuktu, which was called Madugu, meaning the palace of the Sultan in their language. Its location is still known, but it has become a slaughtering place for the butchers.
Yep. So I just wanted that introduction out there, right? So I want to get to now. I want to get to what I wanted to get to. I want y'all to look at this list because this is the issues we have here. Here's the first Musa, second Musa down there. There go your boy again. Then he go the issues here.
Sit back and let Ch.3, a servant who usurped the throne, just bask in all of this glory, do you? Next up is Q, Mansa Q, who officially brought the throne.
I heard me mention this shit in my book.
On back to the royal bloodline. Then Mansa Muhammad, the son of Mansa Q.
Let me go back so y'all can hear from the beginning.
In the 19th and 20th centuries, they later discovered that the oral history they were just now hearing was actually written in the 15th century by Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is also the first to write the name Merijata, the name of Sanjata Kita, the king of Mali. Also, another fact is, we know this list is accurate due to the fact that it is reinforced by Ibn Battuta, who actually visited Mali during the reign of Mansa Suleiman. This is Mansa Suleiman, and this is important because we know when Ibn Battuta visited Mali, Mansa Suleiman was having an issue with one of his wives. This is a key point for you to remember momentarily. Moving forward, he says Merijata ruled for 25 years. That is number one on this list. After that, his son Mansa Yuli, which means Ali. He was one of the greatest kings and well-respected ruler. His brother Wati ruled after him, and then a third brother, Khalifa. Khalifa was insane and devoted to archery and used to shoot arrows at his people. This is where the story gets interesting, as the people rose up against him and killed him. He was succeeded by Abu Bakr, not the mythical Abu Bakr II you may have heard of. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is both Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Battuta both reported that the custom of these non-Arabs was to bestow the kingship on the sister and the sons of the sister, effectively ensuring the rulership is from someone from the royal bloodline. This is false and maybe a mix-up from some custom of the Berbers. Why? Because clearly the kingship goes to the oldest living able-bodied male and not through the women. After this, a slave who was actually a servant in the royal court usurped the throne, meaning he possibly got rid of Abu Bakr or he just took over. Now, during his reign, he spread the power of Mali by conquering territories. He conquered Gio, or Gao as some of you call it, and all the people of the Sudan stood in awe of the power of Mali. But all was not well in the kingdom. Why? Well, Saqqara was killed on his way home from Hajj. Now, I know that you're not naive enough to believe that the royal family was just going to sit back and let Saqqara, a servant who usurped the throne, just bask in all of this glory, do you? Next up is Q, Mansa Q, who officially brought the throne back to the royal bloodline. Then Mansa Muhammad, the son of Mansa Q. Now, what I want you to do is add up the years of rulership between Mansa Q and his son Mansa Muhammad after the murder of the throne usurper Saqqara. These two were obviously also murdered, and guess who's next to sit on the throne?
Mansa Musa.
Our guy Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa, the man of the hour. Now, what's interesting is not that things seem to have stayed.
Just to pause just for a moment. Many people didn't put this in perspective when he did this 6 years ago. Many people didn't even read the book, the chapter in the book that we dropped in volume 3, Spears of the Maaseh, volume 3. Many people didn't want to give the respect of reading that work that was dropped in that book. But clearly, giving you the number of the king's list. Look at this shit. Look, they don't even give Q's date. And you heard me mention Q. He ain't got a date. Then his son Muhammad, his date ended 1312. Musa takes reign the same year his shit ends, bro. People have been ruling. Look how long Saqqara ruled. 1298 to 1308. He had a 10-year rule, right? From 1308. So from 1308 up until Muhammad Q's son ruled, there were number 4 years that transpired in between that. So you mean to tell me the 4 years that there was a rule in between that, here comes Musa. And Musa would go on a reign for 25 years. Like who? Sundiata, who reigned for that long. Uliman, he ruled 1260 to 1270. I don't know the authenticity of that one right there. You know what I'm saying? But it was just 17-year rule for him. 17-year rule for him. He got 25. He got 17. Some of these got some smaller years. And then the mysterious years are right here. Then a bunch of 4 years, 8 years, right? I know y'all thinking, well, they got other people that will come after Musa. Suleiman, 24 years is in question. Here's the royal line right here. That's why he's showing you this. Because the royal line. So Kur, who we got at 6, we know is a usurper. What you think Musa is? Go back again, man. They wasn't listening when you. They wasn't listening the first time, bro.
Mali's kings list. When the Western world got wind of Mali and its history in the 19th and 20th centuries, they later discovered that the oral history they were just now hearing was actually written in the 15th century by Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is also the first to write the name Marijata, the name of Sanjata Kita, the king of Mali. Also, another fact is, we know this list is accurate due to the fact that it is reinforced by Ibn Battuta, who actually visited Mali during the reign of Mansa Suleiman. This is Mansa Suleiman, and this is important because we know when Ibn Battuta visited Mali, Mansa Suleiman was having an issue with one of his wives. This is a key point for you to remember momentarily. Moving forward, he says Mary Jada ruled for 25 years. That is number one on this list. After that, his son Mansa Yuli, which means Ali. He was one of the greatest kings and well respected ruler. His brother Wati ruled after him, and then a third brother, Khalifa. Khalifa was insane and devoted to archery and used to shoot arrows at his people. This is where the story gets interesting, as the people rose up against him and killed him. He was succeeded by Abu Bakr, not the mythical Abu Bakr II you may have heard of. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is both Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Battuta both reported that the custom of these non-Arabs was to bestow the kingship on the sister and the sons of the sister, effectively ensuring the rulership is from someone from the royal bloodline. This is false and maybe a mix-up from some custom of the Berbers. Why? Because clearly the kingship goes to the oldest living, able-bodied male and not through the women. After this, a slave who was actually a servant in the royal court usurped the throne, meaning he possibly got rid of Abu Bakr or he just took over. Now, during his reign, he spread the power of Mali by conquering territories. He conquered Gio, or Gao as some of you call it, and all the people of the Sudan stood in awe of the power of Mali. But all was not well in the kingdom. Why? Well, Saqqara was killed on his way home from Hajj. Now, I know that you're not naive enough to believe that the royal family was just going to sit back and let Saqqara, a servant who usurped the throne, just bask in all of this glory, do you? Next up is Q, Mansa Q, who officially brought the throne back to the royal bloodline. Then Mansa Muhammad, the son of Mansa Q. Now, what I want you to do is add up the years of rulership between Mansa Q and his son Mansa Muhammad. After the murder of the throne usurper Saqqara, these two were obviously also murdered, and guess who's next to sit on the throne? Our guy Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa, the man of the hour. Now, what's interesting is not that things seem to have stabilized during his reign, and he ruled for 20 plus years, and he made the Great Hajj. What's interesting is he decided to cause more chaos by leaving his son Mansa Maga in charge and give him the throne. Now, I want you to guess what happened to Mansa Maga after 4 years of rulership. Remember, Maga just only means Muhammad. But what happened to Mansa Maga after 4 years of rulership? That's right, you guessed it. Mansa Maga was killed by his uncle Mansa Suleiman. And shortly afterwards, Ibn Battuta visits Mali and gives his account of what's going on. If you read Ibn Battuta's account, you know that Mansa Suleiman was having problems with one of his wives. Why? Well, she was attempting to help the son of Mansa Maga. Thus, this murdering process starts all over again. But Mansa Suleiman ruled for 24 years. And then he passed the rulership to his son Kaisa. Kaisa was killed after 9 months by Mansa Maga's son, Marijada. But this presentation is about Mansa Musa. So let's move forward. The Sudan disliked Mansa Suleiman on account of his avarice. Before him, there was Mansa Maga, and before Mansa Maga, Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was generous and virtuous. He liked white men and treated them kindly. It was he who gave to Abu Ishaq al-Sahili in a single day 4,000 mythicals. Reliable persons have informed me that he gave.
You want to know something so funny? Is that y'all just heard me read that same shit to y'all because of the sources. We got the shit. We've been having it and building on it and building on it and building on it. And when new information come in, we using that too. We standing in an argument. This presentation is 6 years old, 7 years old.
To Mudrik Ibn Fakus 3,000 mythicals in a single day. His grandfather, Sarik Jada, embraced Islam at the hands of the grandfather of this Mudrik. This flick Mudrik informed me that a man from Tlemcen called Ibn Ashek al-Leban had made a gift to Sultan Mansa Musa in his youth of 7 mythicals. At that time, Mansa Musa was a boy without influence. Then it happened that when he had become the Sultan, Mudrik came to him about a dispute. Mansa Musa recognized him and brought him so close to himself that he sat with him on the bandi. Then he made him admit the kindness which he had done to him and said to the emirs, "What should be the reward of one who has done the good deed that he has done?" They said, "For a kindness 10 times the like thereof, so give him 70 mythicals." Thereupon he gave him 700 mythicals and a robe of honor and slaves of both sexes, and ordered him not to cut himself off from him. The son of the aforementioned Ibn al-Sheikh al-Leban, who was a scholar teaching the Quran in Mali, also told me this story. Farbo Maga, he is of one of those who made the pilgrimage with the Sultan Mansa Musa. Farbo Maga informed me that when Mansa Musa arrived at this channel, he had with him a Kadi, a white man whose kunya was Abu Abbas, known as Abdul Kali. He bestowed on him 4,000 mythicals for his expenses. When they reached Mima, he explained to the Sultan that 4,000 mythicals had been stolen from him.
One more time. You are hearing the same shit because we know what's being on. So listen, let me just get y'all to the root of all of this shit.
Now, regardless of everything I just read, this is usually the only thing people are concerned with: the voyage. First, notice the absence of any names in this text. I'm going to show you the text from the book to show you that I didn't alter the text in any way. It should be noted that the authors of this translation did a word for word translation, and if there's a word they couldn't decipher, they left the word as is, giving you the ability to decipher the word yourself. As you heard me say throughout this presentation, this word or that word is undecipherable. This is page 1. Pause the video and read it for yourself. This is page 2. Pause the video again and read it for yourself. To be frank and upfront on this observation, this story is not West African. This is the only account, and if you rewind the presentation and read the account of Ibn Amir Hajjab again, you can see that even al-Umari doesn't even believe Ibn Amir Hajjab and mentions that what al-Dakali says is more reliable. This is a variation of a common North African shipwreck story. One of the most famous is al-Idrisis, written in the 12th century, and even his story is a variation of another older story. The story goes a little like this. Some brothers were packing for a voyage in the big waters. They made their way out to sea and happened to come across a river in the sea. This river took them away. Now, I'm pretty sure this sounds familiar. Another version states, this river in the sea took them someplace with brown people, and they were arrested. One day, a person speaking Arabic came to see them. Now, if you're an extreme Afrocentric, I guarantee you've heard a version of this story. Guarantee it. The reality is, these people landed in North Africa and they started their journey from the Al Andalus, a couple months' journey away from their home, and not on a new continent. Now, I kept asking you, is there anything missing or strange? I asked that because I purposely read the two chronicles from the Western Sudan first. Why? Well, because these accounts were written in the 17th century, well after Al-Umari's account. The authors of the two chronicles were well aware of Al-Umari's writings. They didn't mention this voyage at all, and they are from the area and would have been well aware of such a voyage. They also remained quiet on how Mansa Musa came to power, similar to how they remained quiet to the exact death of Sunni Ali. Now, if you're a student of the Orient or you study Arabic texts, you know for a fact if there's a potential blemish in their history, they won't mention it. Just like a griot or a storyteller will not mention anything negative of their favorite kings. Now, for all of the emotional people involved in this, you may be wondering, where did this al-Bakri II character come from?
And then comes the oral evidence in Mali. They speak of a king, Abu Bakr II, who wanted to cross the ocean because he felt there was land beyond. And he appears, the Mexicans report this strange black man in white robes appearing. And it is also reported by the Arabs because Mansa Musa went to Cairo. He's a Muslim, and he went to Cairo. When he was in Cairo, he talked about, they asked him, what happened to your brother? And he told him that he wanted to cross the ocean and he never came back. And it's recorded by the Arabs in Al-Kashandi and the Masilik al-Absar fi Mamilik al-Amsar. So that's the documented evidence. Then there's the iconographic evidence. So I've presented 12 pieces of evidence: eyewitness accounts, methodological evidence, linguistic evidence, botanical evidence, oceanographic.
No truth.
The court tradition of Mali and documents in Cairo tell of an African king, Abu Bakr II, setting out on the Atlantic in 1311. He commandeered a fleet of large boats, well stocked with food and water, and embarked from the Senegambia coast, the western borders of this West African empire, entering the Canaries Currents, a river in the middle of the sea, as the captain of a preceding fleet, of which only one boat returned, described it. Neither of the two Mandingo fleets came back to Mali to tell their story. But around this time, evidence of contact between West Africans and Mexicans appeared in strata in America in an overwhelming combination of artifacts and cultural parallels. Now, I said some things about this book. I retired it. I said leave it alone. But let's see what someone else said about this book in the 1970s. This is from Ronald Davis. He states, when referring about Ivan Van Sertima's They Came Before Columbus, unfortunately, however, his work is a strenuous attempt to extend the boundaries of absurdity and a genre which has never attracted much rigorous scholarship in the best of times. Africanists who read They Came Before Columbus will come away convinced that the manuscript was never seriously critiqued. In fact, its content and format raise questions about the motivations of everyone involved, from the author to his publishers, in marketing a relatively expensive, useless publication. Van Sertima tries to rehabilitate Leo Wiener, but he quickly departs from any such discernible focus as Wiener or the Malian tale. The result is a scattergun approach, a naive diffusionism of the type that once graced much of the Eurocentric worldview. Van Sertima simply takes the hoary notions such as an Egyptian stimulus for Mesoamerican architecture and applies the tar brush. Quasicoda, for example, an Irish monk or a Welsh explorer for other theorists, is black for Van Sertima. Spray painting the old diffusionist interpretations, of course, is not original with Van Sertima. Uh-oh. Check out to Diop and even Yosef Ben Cannon display much more sophisticated versions of black diffusionism than this author, whose definition of a Negro Egyptian racial type rests on the appearance of a peculiar coiffure, facial geography, and expression. Only an argument such as this could allow him to suggest that an Aztec god is black on the grounds that its likeness is sculpted in green stone with kinky hair made of solid gold. I'm not going to jump on Van Sertima. What I'm going to do is show some growth and some wisdom because it's easy to tear something down. There is no wisdom in that. What I can do is attempt to help out by showing where the Van Sertima confusion comes from. If you have the original version of They Came Before Columbus, the original print from the 1970s, the version that cost $100, that version doesn't have any sources or references in it. But if you have one of the more recent publications, like the $12 version off of Amazon, that version has sources in it. One of the sources is A History of Islam in West Africa by Spencer Tremingham. If you read the text where the arrow is pointing, you can clearly see that Tremingham has the king's list wrong. He has Abu Bakr out of order and coming after Selkara instead of the other way around. In short, this king procession is wrong and has no supporting evidence. This is one of the sources that Van Sertima used, and because Tremingham is wrong, Van Sertima is also wrong.
Can't give it up. Can't give it up. You don't believe? You don't believe? Okay, don't believe then. You know what I'm saying? When I say believe, I'm talking about as in to know. As in to know what we talking about as it pertains to the central argument. Because in chapter 4 is about this whole fake ass voyage and all of this, they coming before Columbus, and then the misrepresentation of information regarding things. We know because we study West Africa with the emphasis on the sources that are available to us. There's nothing that Van Sertima could have that we don't have at our expense. As a matter of fact, we have more information now than Van Sertima had when he published his book originally in 1973 or whatever the case may be, when he first dropped the bullshit. And then the many renditions will follow to his time of his demise, where his last publication would be updated, and it would go from there. He fell for the Leo Wiener and Wazanov trap, Van Wazanov, whatever his name is. He utilized those people to argue a point without actually reviewing the evidence. The whole argument where he stood in front of a bunch of black people and told them that we had X, Y, and Z amount of evidence, all this evidence, and lo and behold, the ancestor relied on other people's work to claim what he claimed. It's crazy. And all of this shit is coming out because somebody in a back chat wanted to turn around and say that Mali had a navy. A landlocked empire had a navy. No water sourced around it for 100 miles at least before they can get to damn near the Niger River. A landlocked empire with inspirations of maritime sea travel, to have a navy controlling the waterways, vessels. Bullshit. To the highest level of bullshit. And you want me to sit here and read chapter 3 again for the 5th time and deal with this bullshit, knowing that the methodology is flawed in this book? Now you got me taking a shit on him when I was aiming my guns at his sources. And you can't come up here, hit the link, and provide your argument because you don't have the material. You simple-minded, scared mofo. And they telling me that you in that chat still running your mouth. When I left, you get louder and then try to say something. Talking about Van Sertima's book won a goddamn award. When I asked you the reward, you talking about what some black people that gave this nigga. He ain't won no real award for this fucking book. Better be glad I don't do. Never mind, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't even gonna say that. You trying to steal a motherfucking history in this book and everything, bro. Tripping. This book got the abos going stupid. This book got abos thinking that they the black people that's here. Because they ain't read the book either. But the mere notion that Van Sertima said that there was black people already in the Americas before Columbus came, they acting like they the motherfucking people. And then here go one of the biggest issues with the book, and I scroll right down to the bullshit. Donald McKenzie, in his book, Myths of Pre-Columbian America, has shown how this happened. He uses a mythological pre-Columbus book to argue against some shit. The book is about myths, pre-Columbian myths, not realities. More flawed information. Scrolling down the book. But people want to sit here and act like we ain't went through this shit. Point for point, we done went through the shit. We don't need the fucking the indigenous natives and all of that in our shit. We can correct our own. But y'all argue with, man, y'all call us crazy. Oh, y'all want to go against the ancestors. Oh, y'all want to go against black people. Y'all like the white man's side. Bullshit. Man, we defending the truth. And how we ended up in this fucked up situation that we in. Where black people don't even know who the fuck they are no more. Like, y'all don't even know, man. I've been spending like, man, I've been spending a few dollars, bro. A few good dollars, bro, on books, accessing books, subscriptions to selective art, all of that. I don't ask y'all for a dime. A dime. I'm doing this shit on a muscle. Motherfuckers don't give me shit. And then go out of the way to spend the time on the time. Just to make sure we getting that right shit. Let me go back to this book that we was in earlier, right? When they were talking about North Africa, Moors and Jews and all of that weird shit, right? Because this account was significant. Remember, we was just on a page or two earlier where they were talking about Morocco. Remember? And they were talking about what they see or saw and all of that. Cape Sapin. Taharka was in the chat saying that they could have been meaning the king of Guyana, that they were talking about, you know, places of Senegal and so forth. Talking about the Canary Islands and shit like that. How they was talking about this shit right there. That North African shipwreck shit. I'm gonna show y'all something. Cause Taharka, if you continue reading, they talking about Guinea in the book. They're going down and giving the other accounts. I departed from the kingdom of Ghana. I don't know what they're talking about. To the kingdom of Tassir. Dongola. They talk about all of that in this book. Egypt. They just all over the place in the book. But my point is that we having to do all of this digging to justify and qualify some shit this motherfucker's arguing in his book that he ain't even giving us. He ain't even giving us the goddamn information on the shit. We're having to do that to see if he's right about something. And the whole time, we don't even get the justification of him being right. We just get some other shit. But listen. Nah, man, we ain't monetizing the channel, bro. We ain't monetizing it. I'm about to get up out of here, man. I did another long ass show. I didn't mean for it to go like that, but of course, the first part of that was all about the review of the debate, and then to come back and deal with this shit. I gave people enough time to really want to holler at me on some scholastic shit just to kind of deal with things. I did leave Van Sertima's book available to a lot of people. Batuti's work, which still needs some rendering and to going through, and you will see the what we call today racism toward black people. You'll see Q, Master Q, and all. You'll see all kind of shit. But you gotta read the Arabs and how they saw us. And notice how they put the Negro lands, the land of the Negroes, Balad al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. We play no games. But man, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day, man. I appreciate y'all stopping through, bro. You know what I'm saying? On the for realers. We're going to get up out of here. We're gonna put an end to Dr. Ma'at saying that dumb shit though. She gonna have to tell dude to take her up off of that. He used you, Dr. Ma'at. You don't play you. All for the attention and the money grab.